Good morning. Let's pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and the useful knowledge. We pray, O God, of mercy for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. I would like to start off today's session with your kind indulgence, if we can stand in a moment of silence on the passing of former Speaker, Honorable Sylvia Flores. Her official funeral will be held this Friday, December 16th, 10 a.m. in Dangriga. Thank you, honorable members. The Honorable Sylvia Flores passed away last week. I'd like to take a moment just to record our condolences from the National Assembly of Belize, the House of Representatives, and the staff of the National Assembly, all who have had the pleasure of working with her. Honorable Sylvia Flores, during her tenure as a parliamentarian, had many firsts. She was not only the first woman who held the chair of Speaker, but she was also the president of the Senate. And during her tenure as a parliamentarian, she served as the member for the Dangriga constituency, and she also served in the executive as Minister for National Defense, Human Development. She also, during her tenure as a parliamentarian, was the only woman to date who has served as acting Prime Minister. So it's only fitting that, as her funeral will be held later this week, that we took the time out to recognize and we express condolences to her family and dear friends. I also take the opportunity, members, just to remind members of Standing Order 42, when a member is on his feet or her feet, to kindly remain silent. This is for the benefit of the member to do the presentation, but really also for the benefit of the chair, to ensure that all is heard well. Thank you. Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation number 4, 2022/2023, Bill 2022. which, according to Standing Order 71 of the House, cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply on the item government business. Is it the wish of the honourable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, good morning to everyone. Like yourself, Madam Speaker, please allow me a minute to also acknowledge the life of Sylvia Flores, an outstanding Belizean, and many of us think about her as this trailblazer, as a woman. But more than anything else, she was this great, outstanding Belizean leader, a leader that was never afraid to stand up for her people, the people that she represents. We know she was one of the most successful mayors that Dangriga has had, Speaker, President of the Senate, the representative, minister in government, pretty much everything you could name in public service, Sylvia Flores did, and did it to a very high standard. We all recognize that Sylvia came from the very same cloth of George Price, a leader that served with humility, a leader that was never concerned about personal wealth, but about the wealth of her people and her country. And it can never be accused of Sylvia having a mean bone in her body or to try to have done anything, any kind of decision because she or her siblings would have benefited. And she's a wonderful example of what a true public servant is, because she was a servant pretty much her entire adult life. Even when she was bedridden, the present mayor, the air representative, Honorable Louise Abadi, and others still used to go to visit her to ask for her counsel. And she was always willing to do her part. I had the blessings, I would say, that on the 19th, on November, when I was there celebrating Garifuna Settlement Day, along with the people in the South, that Louis insisted that I go and visit Sylvia at home. And Sharon, her daughter, was amazed because Miss Sylvia was already starting to lose her memory, and in many instances could not recognize people. But she recognized me and said, "Prime Minister, how are you doing?" And we talked a little bit about the work that we're doing, and she continued to encourage myself as the leader, as the Prime Minister, the leader of the party, for us and the cabinet and the PUP to continue to do the work of the people. And she reminded me that she every day prays for us and for this country. I was saddened to learn last week when her daughter sent me a message. I was out of the country late at night to say that her mother has just passed. And while she said she was also saddened about it, but she in a way felt that Miss Sylvia has done her work in this world, and that our Creator, our Father, our God, was calling her to heaven, where she will get her just reward that she had worked for her entire life while she was in this land. So I want to take the opportunity on behalf of myself, my cabinet, the People's United Party, and people from all over the country to express to Sharol and her children, and to our entire family, the entire Garifuna community, Dangriga, the South, Belize, everyone, our deepest sympathy. And despite that we did not talk every day or regularly, that we will miss her presence, we will miss her counsel, we will miss the love that she shared with us so easily. Ms. Sylvia Flores, may you rest in peace and rise in glory. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 13-1-13, Social Investment Fund, audited financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2022, and also to present sessional paper number HR 136-1-13, supplementary appropriation number 4, scheduled for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 71, I name today 12th December 2022 for the consideration of this sessional paper.
Sessional paper number HR 135/1/13 is ordered to lie on the table. Sessional paper number HR 136/1/13 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 137/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good morning. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 138/113, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Marriage Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Question to Minister.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition and member for Mesopotamia.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I would like to join with the Prime Minister and the Honorable Speaker in extending deepest sympathies to Honorable Sylvia Flores. On behalf of the opposition, we regard her on the highest level of reverence, and may her legacy live on. May we all aspire to make the type of contributions to our nation as she did. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Immigration Minister please report to this honorable House what steps the Ministry of Immigration is taking to prevent corruption in the department, in particular human trafficking and the illegal sale of passports to foreign nationals?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I will have the Minister for the Ministry of Immigration to be able to deal with it. Minister Honorable Cervantes, who works in that ministry.
Unfortunately, it has to be a substantive minister that responds to the question. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
The response to this question, Madam Speaker, will be separated in two parts: human trafficking and the legal sales of passports. Madam Speaker, even though the leader of the opposition referred only to human trafficking, I will also address the matter of human smuggling. With respect to trafficking, we urge the leader of the opposition to read the publicly available U.S. State Department's Trafficking in Persons report. If you don't have a copy, I can send you one, but you could also look it up online, which is it's an extensive report that puts Belize on a tier 2 category because of making significant efforts to eliminate human trafficking. Regarding human smuggling, the following are efforts being made and that will be made to address the matter of smuggling of migrants into Belize. Cabinet approved the recruitment of 50 new officers to form part of the enforcement unit in the Ministry of Immigration. They have been trained and currently going through an additional vetting process for eligibility to be a part of what we call an elite squad, to be trained in the following: A, document forgeries; B, drafting of charges; C, interviewing and investigating techniques; and D, prosecution. Discussion is ongoing with our US counterparts to assist with training. We have been actively pursuing cases of migrant smuggling into Belize and have charged more than 30 persons with transporting at least 280 migrants that have entered Belize illegally. Many migrants being smuggled are Cuban nationals, who account for 119 of those cases. On April 25th of 2022, Statutory Instrument 82 of 2022 was signed by the Minister of Immigration to reinstate a visa restriction in order to curb instances of those nationals from Venezuela, the Dominican Republic, and Ecuador that were entering via our legal ports of entry with the intention of being smuggled into Mexico through illegal crossings to try to reach the US-Mexico border. Where the need arises, the ministry will not hesitate to impose visa restrictions on nationals of other countries, especially where there is a threat to Belize's national security and stability, as we continue to promote safe, orderly, and regular migrant practices. We continue to work with the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Unit of the Police Department and Human Development Department in interviewing persons suspected of being trafficking. On each occasion of an apprehension of irregular migrants, the ATIPS unit is called in to establish whether there is a case or whether there are elements of trafficking. The ministry continues to collaborate with strategic stakeholders nationally and internationally to address the issue of smuggling of migrants across borders, since that is a transnational crime that is plaguing all of us. Currently, there is an ongoing multi-agency, quote, Operation Grinch, end of quote, which is geared at combating all illicit activities, including migrant smuggling, human and drug trafficking, illegal firearms, as well as contraband. Finally, we are seeking to create a post for an in-house attorney at law, to assist with legal advice and prosecution of matters relating to migrant smuggling. Regarding the supposed illegal sale of passports to foreign nationals, the steps that have been taken to prevent illegal sales of passports can be summed up in 3 terms: structural, legislative, and procedural. Several fundamental changes in the structure of the department responsible for the issuance of passports and in the legislation governing the application process, as well as the procedures applied in these 3 processes, have impacted the way in which passport applications are accepted and produced to prevent corruption in the nationality and passports departments. The Commission of Inquiry held in 2016 exposed various weaknesses in our management system and warranted some fundamental changes in structure. To address this need, the Immigration and Nationality Services was obfuscated in May 2018, thus creating 2 distinct departments: the Border Management and Immigration Services Department, with responsibility for immigration permits, cross-border facilitation and enforcement, and the Nationality and Passport Department, with responsibility for digital cross-border crossing cards, resident permits, citizenship, and passports. For a passport to be processed, there must be a source document by which that applicant's Belizean identity is established to legitimize his application process. These source documents, which must be recorded in the passport system, are referred to as breeder documents. They come in the form of a Belize birth certificate, a Belize adoption certificate, a Belize nationality certificate, or a Belize nationality affirmation certificate obtained via descent. The Belize birth certificates and adoption certificates are processed through the Vital Statistics Unit. The Belize nationality certificates and the Belize affirmation certificates are processed through the Nationality and Passport Department. The Belize Nationality Amendment Act of 2014 changed the application process of nationality applications by instituting a Nationality Scrutinizing Committee, the NSC, comprised of social partners representing the Council of Churches, labor unions, Belize Chamber of Commerce, and senior government officials, such as the Chief Executive Officers of National Security, who holds the chair, the Ministry of Human Development, the Ministry of Immigration, the Director of Nationality and Passports, and a Crown Counsel, representing the Attorney General's Ministry, who review each file and recommend to the Minister responsible for immigration for his or her approval or otherwise. The names of applicants are published in 6 weeks, for 6 weeks in the Gazette for everyone to note before their files are tabled to the Nationality Scrutinizing Committee. Upon the granting of nationality certificates, there is a ceremony held where the applicants swear an oath of allegiance to Belize, and the nationality certificate is sealed in their presence prior to issuance. All persons must attend a swearing-in ceremony to receive their Belize nationality certificates. At the end of each period, the names of all recipients of Belizean nationality certificates are published in the Gazette. Furthermore, the Act mandates that every applicant applying under Section 10 be a permanent resident card holder for 5 years or more before applying. During the 5 years, applicants are not to remain out of Belize for 30 days consecutively or for 90 days cumulatively, except for medical reasons or work while in Belize. Internally, the Nationality and Passport Department was restructured to separate duties within units. For example, officers who accept applications are not the same ones who complete the process. The acceptance of all applications is done by the customer service officer, who are supervised by an administrative assistant who is the customer supervisor service supervisor. The creation of files is done by the Records Management Unit, which is supervised by an administrative assistant. The vetting of the files for nationality applications is done by the Nationality Unit, supervised by an administrative assistant. The interviewing of applicants and their referees is done by the Investigation Unit of the Border Management and Immigration Services Department. We're making every effort necessary to safeguard every step in the process. To ensure the legitimacy of the breeder documents, we have a verification process that is done internally. To verify birth certificates and adoption certificates where doubt exists, contact is made with the Assistant Registrar at the Vital Statistics Unit. To verify nationality certificates, this process is done through the Records Management Unit and is endorsed by the Director of Nationality and Passports to ensure that the nationality certificate was legally issued by the department. The interface is being incorporated into the electronic passport issuance and control system, the EPICS, to be done electronically. To process an application for Belize passports, the applicant must go personally to any of the nationality and passports offices in the country or to any of our missions abroad that accepts passports applications. Applicants must submit their completed application forms and the required supporting document that prove that they are Belizeans. Madam Speaker, these are the fundamental requirements upon which all our processes are cemented. The introduction of the new electronic passport issuance and control system, EPICS, on October 24, 2022, furthers added legitimacy to this process by embedding the biometrics and personal data of the applicant on a signature chip that is placed within the passport. The automated fingerprint identification system records, or the AFIS, records the fingerprints of all applicants, making it a secure process. Therefore, applicants must be present in the data capture environment before the applications can be processed. So you start off by applying online, and once the application process is through and then you're given a date, you have to go to one of the offices where they're going to take your fingerprints and you're going to take your picture. Just to try to summarize what I've gone through, Madam Speaker, passports cannot be processed without source document. Therefore, the first check is the legitimacy and genuineness of the source document. I need to point out also that at the Vital Statistics Unit, we're in the process of digitizing the entire system, because we know we also have problems at the Vital Statistics Unit. We constantly have to be changing personnel because of issuing fraudulent birth certificates. So by digitizing, that will again be another step where we're tightening up this process to be able to protect the nationality of our citizens. Again, subsequently, the steps within the EPICS demand proper data input before producing a valid passport. I need to point out, and when we introduced the EPICS, the Governor General was issued the first passport, and her number was number 2. And so she asked the Minister Courtney, said, who got number 1? It was not me. But what happened in the system is that if an error is made, you can't use that number again. So that if somebody, let's say, okay, number 1, the system will show that number 1 was void. So if somehow somebody would get a passport with number 1, the system, whenever they would go anywhere in the world and they try to process it, is going to be flagged. As opposed to nowhere they scratch out the numbers and give you, as they say, oh, this one is void, but they write that same number to somebody else illegally, this could no longer happen. Again, I repeat, all passport application applicants must present themselves to the offices to have their data recorded before they obtain a Belize passports. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Immigration is not aware of any passport that have been sold to any foreigner since November 2020 and does not believe that there is such. We urge the leader of the opposition to hand over to the appropriate authorities within the next 7 days any evidence he has that suggests that some criminality has occurred. This includes any information in his possession relating to John Birchman Saldiva and Elvin Pena matters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have a follow-up question. Is the Prime Minister aware that his Minister of State is on a watch list and being investigated for alleged crimes of corruption
I will not,
in the Ministry of Immigration?
Member, I will not allow that question. That is really not a follow-up to the question that you lodged, and you are very much aware of that. It is not a follow-up. You asked for preventive measures. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I demand that he retracts that, Madam Speaker. That's not allowed.
The question is not allowed. It is off the record. Clerk.
Statement by Minister.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I wish to make a brief statement about the main results of the historic summit held in Caracas, Venezuela on November 25th of this year between Belize and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Belizeans are aware of the long and deep friendship shared by the peoples and governments of Belize and Venezuela, a closeness that extends back 4 decades and is rooted in Venezuela's support for Belize's sovereignty and independence. In recent times, because of the vision and generosity of the late Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez, Belizeans benefited immensely from the Petrocaribe program, which allowed a portion of imported fuel to be financed under concessionary terms. Instead of paying full price for fuel, all of which our country must import, Belize was allowed to pay half the price in cash and the other form in a long-term, low-interest loan once the world price of oil exceeds US $40 per barrel. The 19 member states of the Petrocaribe program, including Belize, benefited from hundreds of millions of barrels of Venezuelan oil and from billions of dollars in savings during the life of this most progressive initiative. The program was paused in 2016 mainly as a consequence of a geopolitical dispute between the US and Venezuela. Since 2017, because of these US sanctions on Venezuela, Belize has been unable to make payments, neither principal nor interest, toward this bilateral debt obligation. Our Venezuelan partners know, and I have reassured them again during our recent discussions, that except for the hurdle of these sanctions, Belize would have made good on every single payment that was due to Venezuela. In the meantime, Belize's Petrocaribe debts have climbed to between Belize 449 million and Belize 547 million. We're still in the process of auditing both books, our books, along with that of Venezuela. In any case, over the last 18 months or so, there have been various and intense negotiations for the past 18 months, intense negotiations, where Belize has proposed restructuring this stock of debt with the specific objective of reducing the sums outstanding. This House and all Belizeans are aware of the debt crisis this government inherited from the UDP administration. The UDP left us some $4.2 billion of public debt, representing at its peak 133% of annual GDP. 133%. Belize was among the most indebted countries on the planet. When this administration took office in November 2020, the government was borrowing $1 million a day, borrowing to pay salaries, borrowing to pay pensions, and borrowing to pay government's water, electricity, and telephone bills. When they even had money to pay the rent. It was that bad. When we took office, the threat of a default, of a debt default, and a currency devaluation loomed large. And the IMF were demanding that thousands of public officers be laid off immediately so as to reduce government spending. They were also even asking us to consider raising the GST. The cabinet and I acted decisively, and we have done so. 1 year ago, you will recall, after lengthy negotiations, I announced the much heralded super bond discount buyout, paying off creditors at 51 cents on the dollar, saving Belize some over US $300 million, and redirecting portions of the scheduled debt payments to marine conservation under the Blue Bond for Conservation program. My administration has streamlined our fiscal accounts. We've reduced domestic borrowing and reduced domestic costs. For instance, we paid off, when we got into government, the UDP had an overdraft of almost $100 million in central bank. We have paid that off. Madam Speaker, we don't have an overdraft and paying these high interest rates. We focus on collecting legitimate revenues and taxes. And in 2 short years, we have transformed the public finances and the public debt. I am therefore especially pleased to announce today yet another decisive step in our campaign to reverse the fiscal and debt crisis left us by the United Democratic Party government. Belize and Venezuela, President Maduro and I, on behalf of Venezuela and Belize, have agreed on restructuring the terms for Petrocaribe debts, which will reduce the amount Belize owes under Petrocaribe by anywhere between Belize $267 million and $327 million. As I said earlier, we still have to balance the books between Belize and Venezuela. Belize debt to GDP will therefore fall by another 6 to 7 percentage points. At such time that Belize can pay Venezuela, we will pay back this much reduced amount and do so from the date of our new agreement on the original terms provided for under Petrocaribe, which is at an interest rate of 2%, with a repayment period of 25 years and a principal moratorium of 2 years. We renegotiated everything and even give us a new start date. This is incredible. I don't think they went over our side would ever think that something like this could have been possible. Only people and the tacos, right? Effectively, we have secured a substantial haircut and reset the reduced outstanding balance on the original terms for repayment to commence when conditions allow for Belize to do so. With this restructuring, Belize's debt to Venezuela, this administration will have wiped out for a second time more than $250 million of public debt in a single renegotiation. Madam Speaker, check this out. In 2 years, our administration, this People's United Party administration, worked through the debt management unit. We have negotiated public debt reduction of over Belize $1 billion I repeat for emphasis, the people of Belize owe $1 billion less as a result of our debt restructuring efforts over these 2 years by this PUP administration. An astronomical US $315 million was avoided by the Blue Bond transaction, US $39 million haircut achieved and the settlement of the claim related to BISL. These are the companies registry that were nationalized under the UDP. Then spend the money and we have to pay for it, no? And now we proudly announce this approximately US $163 million of Petrocaribe debt reduction. Madam Speaker, that is a total reduction of US $517 million, or $1,034 million. Almost the entire budget for 1 year of this country. And all of this is in US dollars. So I don't need to find US dollars to pay this. Each and every Belizean man, woman, and child now owes $2,500 less because of this government's debt reduction efforts. The Central Bank of Belize and the IMF estimate that at the close of this year, 2022, Belize's debt to GDP ratio will have been reduced to around, drumroll, to around 63%. 63%. You could clap, you could clap. This is less than half of where it stood when we took office 2 years ago.
Standing Order 42, members.
There is no other country in the world that can lay claim to this kind of historic debt turnaround. None. None. And probably none has done so much in such a short time as what the PUP government has done, Madam Speaker. I cannot exaggerate the incredible gesture of goodwill and generosity that this agreement represents for Belize. To President Nicolas Maduro, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, I offer the enduring gratitude of the Belizean people and government. Even in this uncertain moment, when Venezuela faces its own formidable challenges, they are going through a very difficult time because of the sanctions from the Americans. Its government, President Maduro and his government, in the spirit of cooperation, solidarity, and compassion, is providing massive relief that will allow us to advance the recovery from Hurricane Lisa while fortifying our public finances. These debt negotiations have been lengthy and arduous, but always in an atmosphere of mutual respect and bilateral cooperation. As part of this restructuring accord, Belize will indemnify Venezuela for the value of the amount that was due to Fonden. Fonden is a development bank. Under the terms of the super bond restructuring, it's US $26.7 million, now frozen and in escrow due to the sanctions, is legitimately due to Venezuela, and Belize is committed to ensuring that ultimately these funds are paid to Venezuela. Additionally, whatever proceeds are due to Venezuela under our domestic joint venture operator, APBEL, will be made available in Belize dollars outside any restrictions or violations of the sanctions regime. I was further pleased to learn from President Maduro that Venezuela intends to restart the Petrocaribe as soon as practicable and to extend beyond just oil the products eligible for exports and export financing, including fertilizers. To complement my statement, I will table the joint declaration I signed along with President Maduro. Our government is eager to establish the mixed commission that will collaborate to conclude agreements of cooperation in trade, energy, tourism, communication, air connectivity, education, culture, and housing. In closing, I thank Foreign Minister Abon Courtney for his steadfast support in this process, assisted at the summit by Ambassador Oscar Arnold, and supported throughout the negotiations by government's debt advisory team, including the Governor of the Central Bank of Belize, the Financial Secretary, and Ambassador Mark Espat. Today, because of our skillful negotiations and prudent fiscal management, Belize is poised to reduce poverty, invest in our social programs, and to advance our sustainable development. The work continues. We will build a Belize in which everybody will win. Todos ganamos. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Does this work? No, yes, yes. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I wish to greet all colleagues in this honorable House, and I wish to make a brief statement about some of the important events that we have had in the past month. I wish to start, Madam Speaker, with Disabilities Week, which we celebrated about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago. And I wish to say to this honorable House, Madam Speaker, that we are very happy at the attention that is being given now to persons who are differently abled, to the attention that we must pay to all persons with any form of disability, and the important work, not only of our ministry's disability desk led by Marshall Nunes, but also all of our partners, whether in the Ministry of Education, whether in our non-governmental organizations such as BAPDA, and also our Ambassador for Diaspora Relations, everyone who is working to make sure that we give the proper attention to persons with some form of disability or special need, Madam Speaker. My recent surgery reminded me that even this Honorable National Assembly does not have an elevator, nor is there any sort of disability or wheelchair access. It is something, Madam Speaker, not only because of myself, but I became keenly aware due to that occurrence, keenly aware that as a country, we must, in our buildings and public spaces, and private spaces as well, have disability access. I wish to put that on the table this morning, Madam Speaker. And then to say, Madam Speaker, that we were so extremely proud of Miss Maria Cal of Palotti High School, who is visually impaired herself. How she did us so proud at the Youth Parliament in standing up and speaking about this very issue of disability access and the importance that our country must give to it. She was one of the youth parliamentarians, and I pause to congratulate the youth parliamentarians who did us so very proud in the Youth Parliament 2 weeks ago. Madam Speaker, I believe that this country is in good hands with the future parliamentarians because of how well they did at the Youth Parliament. We thank everyone that was concerned, the National Commission for Families and Children staff, our UNICEF, Education, Labor, all our partners for the resounding success of the Youth Parliament, but to congratulate once again, in particular, Ms. Maria Kam. I think she really deserves our gratitude of putting that issue on the table. Madam Speaker, the 16 days of activism, an important time of the year, has now concluded, starting on the 25th of November with the International Day to End Violence Against Women and Girls, and ending, of course, on the day of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Of course, during that time, we also had World HIV/AIDS Day. And you know, Madam Speaker, I believe that in this world, we can get rid of HIV and AIDS by 2030. What has happened, Madam Speaker, is that some of the richer countries and the richer pharmaceutical firms that rule this world have not wanted to provide the pre-exposure prophylactic medication and also the HIV medication. They have not wanted to provide it at a reasonable and very low cost to the people and the countries who have needed it the most. If we can get past that hurdle, Madam Speaker, of the richer countries and pharmaceutical companies, the richer countries and pharmaceutical companies, if we can get past that hurdle and bring down the cost so that countries in Africa, in our part of the world, in South America, everywhere that there is poverty in this world, if we can make that kind of medication available to everyone, we can have an AIDS-free world by 2030. I wish to put on record that we are calling for those who have to make sure that we give back and give to those who do not have for the AIDS-free world. Madam Speaker, I only wish to conclude by once again reiterating the mantra and motto of the Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs: equality and inclusion, and making sure that every single vulnerable person in this country, that we stand for making sure that every single person in this country has the universal human rights that were guaranteed to us and that should be rolled out in this country and in this world. And that I want to indicate, and I believe that I can speak for all of us in saying that we are committed to all our vulnerable people and to human rights for each and every Belizean and everyone in Belize, without exception, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much for the time, for the Disabilities Week, the World AIDS Day, the 16 days of activism, and everything that our country should stand for. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, but I wish only to wish everyone here compliments of this wonderful season. We have come through the hurricane. We're still working at hurricane relief, yes, and we have to make sure that we provide for our poor people. But I want to wish all members of this Honorable House, yourself, Madam Speaker, best compliments of the season. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. The good people of Belize Rural Central, have yourselves a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. Next year, all our troubles will be out of sight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Clerk. Clerk.
Out of sight.
Clerk.
Public Business, Government Business, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of supply under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask the visitors in the galleries to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business.
Motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a supplementary appropriation number 4, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023, motion 2022. Madam Speaker, I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in the sessional paper number HR 136-1-13, supplementary appropriation number 4, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023. I now seek the indulgence of this honorable House to agree with the proposals approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposals approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation number 4 scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023, motion 2022. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Caribbean Development Bank and Development Finance Corporation, DFC, loan agreement, a project to support the financing of tertiary education in Belize for US $6 million loan and guarantee motion 2022. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Section 15.1 of the DFC Act, Chapter 279 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides that the Development Finance Corporation may, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, and subject to the principles of sound fiscal management, borrow sums domestically or internationally for meeting any of its obligations or discharging any of its functions. And whereas Section 3 of Section 15 of the Act, of the said Act, further provides that in consideration of the resultant contingent liability on the balance sheet of the government, the DFC must obtain the approval of the National Assembly to increase its amount of foreign debt. And whereas subsequent 4 of Section 15 of the said Act, as amended by the Act number 6 of 2020, further provides that any agreement contracted or other instrument affecting any borrowing or loan to the corporation of or above the equivalent of $5 million shall only be validly entered into pursuant to a resolution of the National Assembly authorizing the DFC to raise the loan or to borrow the money. And whereas the Caribbean Development Bank has offered financing of up to US $6 million to the DFC, the borrower, with the government of Belize as guarantor, for a dedicated line of credit for education consisting of CDB's special funds resources and ordinary capital resources to facilitate the financing of DFC's student loan program. The loan agreement was approved by the CDB Board of Directors on the 22nd September of 2022. Key terms and conditions of the loan agreement are as follows: an amount equivalent to $7 million or US $3.5 million from the OCR, the Ordinary Capital Resources, and $5 million or 2.5 US from the SFR, which is the Special Funds Resources. Repayment term, 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installment commencing 5 years after the date of the loan agreement. The interest rate variable at the OCR portion disbursed and outstanding from time to time, and a fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on the SFR portion disbursed and outstanding from time to time. The payment frequency, as I mentioned, is going to be quarterly. The commitment fee is 0.25% per annum on any amount of the OCR portion on disbursed from time to time. Such fee will accrue from the 60th day of the date of this loan agreement and shall be payable quarterly. The implementation and administration, the project in accordance with the bank's student loan scheme guidelines and maintain procedures acceptable to the bank for processing and making sub-loans. And whereas Section 7.6 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act of 2005 provides that before the government offers any guarantee or some other form of security in support of a loan made directly to a private sector entity or a statutory body by any public or private bank, financial institution, or capital market in or outside of Belize, the government shall seek the approval of the National Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the DFC to improve its capacity to finance tertiary education in Belize, which is key in promoting economic development. 1, approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of US $6 million. 2, approves that all principal, interest, fees, and premiums and other charges under the loan shall be tax-free, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And 3, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the CDB on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. Madam Speaker, if you were to allow me, there are...
Wait,
Sorry?
are you on a point of order?
The clarification in terms of the loan amount is US 6 million US dollars, right? When you look at the recitals, the loan amount is cited as 7 million. So I think that might just be an error. It says, 7.5 Belize dollars.
I think the clarification has been sought, yeah? Yeah.
Madam Speaker, today we have two loan and guarantee motions being tabled before this Honorable House, both in support of securing additional financial resources for the Development Finance Corporation in concessionary terms. Now, I just spoke about the recitals on the CDB, so let me give a little bit on that. The CDB loan is a loan and guarantee motion that secures US $6 million at the indicated line of credit for the CDB for education to the DFC to support access to tertiary education in Belize. This administration firmly believes that education, including higher level education, is critical to the economic development of Belize. The DFC has been one of the few financial institutions in this country that has consistently granted education loans to Belizeans over the many years. This proposed loan from the CDB is intended to enhance this offering more robustly. In this regard, with a view to keeping the cost of funding low, this US $6 million loan will include concessional special fund resources so that even in a high interest rate environment for a CDB, on a blended basis, the interest cost of DFC will be roughly 3.5% per annum, and repayment will be over a period of 17 years per annum, following a 5-year grace period. So, Madam Speaker, I therefore ask, and I look forward to the unanimous support of all members of this Honorable House for the provision of the requisite sovereign guarantees by the Government of Belize and the due entry into these loan facilities by the DFC. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have gone on record in this honorable House to speak of the importance of our students, in particular, those at the tertiary level, having access to education. So I have no difficulty in supporting this attempt. What I would like to clarify, or I would like a commitment from, is what I had recommended in this honorable House, is changing the terms that the DFC offers, in particular to students from financially challenged backgrounds. So you can have this 12 million Belize, 6 million US available, but there are still hurdles to those from impoverished, financially challenged households. So I don't know what the Prime Minister or the Minister of Education, who has agreed that my suggestion is not unreasonable, I don't know what they will do to address this, because you can have that 7 million there, but equal access is not guaranteed. Yes, there are some people who come from maybe middle class, upper class homes, and they can go to the bank and get the loan, but what about someone on the south side or someone in the rural areas who don't have anyone to co-sign, who don't have any collateral, and on paper cannot demonstrate the ability to repay? So I would very much appreciate some type of commitment into looking at having the DFC make exceptions or some type of accommodations for those who can qualify as financially challenged persons. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, I would just like to point out to the Belizean people that there has not been a House meeting where a loan motion was not presented. And this administration criticized the UDP government and said that we were borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and saddling Belizeans with debt. And they're doing the exact same thing, because regardless of the member from Kayo South questioning my comprehension abilities, it is very practical. Very practical. The old saying is you never have to go that technical to understand what is happening here. You have these debt relief arrangements, and then you spend the money. Loan motions as much as you, whoever wrote that for you, try to eloquently describe the facility and the percentage of interest, etc., etc. It's a debt. The Belizean people will have to pay that, yes. So I want to make sure that the Belizean people understand that borrowing is a part of developing a nation. It is just now that we make sure when we borrow, it is to the benefit of the people. So now there are poor people that will still have to pay this debt. So for tertiary, again, I am asking that the considerations be made for the recommendation that I have presented in this House, that there are financially challenged tertiary level students that will not be able to access this funding due to the current lending scheme at the DFC. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in full support of this motion, and I certainly wish to place on record, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, our absolute gratitude to the Ministry of Finance, the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Finance, the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, and of course the Development Finance Corporation. You know, very early on in our administration, we had a very robust discussion with the DFC. The Prime Minister brought the DFC to Cabinet, and we had a very engaging discussion about our government's priorities and the direction, the sense of direction we wanted the DFC to take. And high on that agenda, and one of our top priorities, of course, was education. How can we provide more opportunities for education? How can we ensure that through DFC's respective portfolios and windows, financing windows, that they would be able to provide more low-cost access to financing for our students at different levels, but obviously a specific focus on higher education, in this case tertiary education. So that led to a series of discussions over several months, and I'm very, very happy to see that a lot of that has materialized. This is a direct reflection of our Belize Education Sector Plan 2021 to 2025, in which we establish clear priorities and we establish a working relationship with the DFC to ensure that there is targeted funding for these areas. So it's a very, very important initiative. You know, and I want to make the point as well that it's not just open financing, if you like. It's targeted financing, so that the DFC, working along with the Ministry of Education, understands that there are priority areas for development, for the economic development of Belize, for the national development of Belize. And so there are specific areas that we want to have these loans targeted in terms of education. For example, engineering is a critical area, agriculture is a critical area. How do we ensure that more of our students have access to educational opportunities in agriculture, in engineering, in areas that are in IT as well, areas that are relevant to the future growth and development of Belize's economy. The point that the leader of the opposition has made, and he has made it before, as I have said before, it's obviously a reasonable point, and it's something that obviously we're working all the time to try to address that issue. The DFC obviously is constrained in its ability to target that specific population that you're talking about, because this is a loan, they have to repay that loan. So there are obviously certain requirements that they have to fulfill. So we have to work as a part of our overall plan to address that targeted group that you're talking about. That's one of the reasons we established as a government very early on from 2021, the fiscal year, we established the Rural Education Grant Fund to target vulnerable populations, where underserved sectors, as we call them, where we know that there are families who cannot go to any financial institution, DFC or otherwise, to access financing for their children's education. So that is the kind of thing we have to expand. We're working on that. As you know, on the south side of Belize City, which you represent, we have targeted plans. We have the Education Upliftment Project, Together We Rise, which is aimed at targeting these vulnerable communities, making sure that students who go to, in this case, 4 government high schools, we call them the GEMS, Gwen Lizarraga, Excelsior, Maud Williams, Sadie Vernon. Those students pay absolutely no fees. We provide them with full support, uniforms, feeding program, a comprehensive program. It's just a start, so there's a lot more to do. There's a lot more to do. But I want to assure the Belizean people, and I want to assure this National Assembly that we are working on those issues. We work along with CDB, with DFC. We're working with other partners to try to find and access. CABE is one of them. We're working on to access financing for education-specific projects. So there's a lot of work to do. But yeah, we have, of course, the whole Millennium Challenge Corporation, as the Deputy Prime Minister just reminded me. That's a whole big initiative. Again, Belize has been chosen, and the government, thanks to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, decided that education would be our #1 priority under that project, that MCC project. Again, there we will see significant investments in education and in these targeted underserved sectors. So we share your concern about that target group. Already the DFC has put in place some, and this has been in place for some time, certain policies that try to address those issues. Students who are studying, while you're studying, you don't have to pay back interest while you're studying. So when you come back to Belize and you start working, that is when you begin paying back your loan. So there's a grace period. And the DFC has agreed that they will look at other options to see how they can be creative in trying to alleviate that sort of burden that exists on students, and to try to create greater opportunities for people who would not otherwise be able to access financing from the banks or from the credit unions or for any other financial institution. Finally, I just would make the point that successive governments have made significant contributions to education. And for example, I can tell you just this year alone, in addition to the subvention that we give to the University of Belize, the National University of Belize, which is around $8.5 million a year. In addition to that subvention, we've provided almost $4 million worth of scholarships and financial assistance to needy students who attend the University of Belize. So we know that there's always, we can never meet fully the demands of the education needs of our people, but we're always working towards doing more. So I'm very grateful to support this motion, which creates another opportunity for our students and their families to uplift themselves. So thank you very much.
Member for Colette, may I ask you to just have a seat? Let us dispense with this procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due oppose.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour do oppose. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the member for Colette.
Support this own motion as well. I believe that it is something that is very, very necessary, and I take the minister's very comprehensive coverage just now of the funding of education in general, but especially tertiary education, which is very expensive. But there are 2 points that I wanted to make, Madam Speaker, and the minister, in fact, gave credit, as is right, because it is indeed factual that our successive governments have invested heavily, especially in tertiary education, raising that subvention to the University of Belize. In fact, 8.5 million is where it is today, and of course the university keeps clamoring for more. And of course the millions of dollars that are given in grants to poor Belizeans who are of major concern. But Madam Speaker, one area that I would like to urge the minister, and he knows that I am always very willing to be a part of whatever is happening in the Ministry of Education, is counseling to our tertiary level aspirants, if you will, because of the expense of tertiary education and because of sometimes our students not understanding how to go about getting financing. Just to be clear, Madam Speaker, let me make an example. I was approached by a constituent of mine just this week who has been given a scholarship or a partial scholarship to go to an American university somewhere, maybe a Jesuit school or something, wants to do criminal justice. Now that student is all excited because they've given her an opportunity as she sees it, a partial scholarship, maybe $10,000, I don't remember the specifics, but then if you really look at what it costs at that university, it might be $150,000. So this student now is all excited. I got accepted. I got a grant. So can you help me? And I see my colleagues who are former ministers of education as well, like Cordell, because this is the reality. People get excited. Oh, I get this opportunity now to go to a school, and they miss the boat, so to speak, because they don't understand. And then they rely on the DFC, they rely on the Ministry of Education through the same kind of grant resources that the minister spoke about just now to fill the gap. And then it kind of creates a situation where we think that we're not helping our students. But if we counsel them, and I really feel that this is needed, that student, Madam Speaker, I asked to see, and when I leave from here today, I will visit that home and just talk to that student, because the kind of money that she needs, we certainly can't afford to help her with. But the truth is that if she would consider, and this is the other point that I'm making in this presentation, if we make the programs affordable and available here in Belize, and if those students understand that they can access these programs at an affordable rate right here at home, don't saddle yourself with those big loans to get an associate degree or a bachelor's degree. In fact, you should save those loans, in my view, for when you really get up to masters, or because the truth is, once you have aspirations to go further, it doesn't really matter what your associate is in, sometimes what your bachelor's is in. So you could go to UB, you could go to Galen on the local front, and you can get that first degree, and then you can advance yourself to graduate studies later on, where you can go and borrow the big bucks. And by that time, you would have already been working a bit, or you're in a better position to access the kind of funds from the DFC. So again, Madam Speaker, I make these contributions simply to say, I think we need to be supportive of our tertiary level aspirants or tertiary students. That is very, very important. Another thing that the minister said that I believe in fully is making sure that we support our younger students from the, well, early childhood, of course, but even primary school. If they don't go to preschool, if they don't go to primary school, if they don't go to high school, there'll be nobody to go to tertiary. That's factual. So we have to support them. And so, Madam Speaker, I support the efforts of the DFC. In fact, this is something that I feel is a good use of the DFC funds. And I don't want to take us back down memory lane to understand what had happened with DFC funds in the past. But this is, in my view, a very good use of the DFC funds, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Somebody else?
Honorable Member for Port Loyola, are you contributing to the CDB loan motion? Okay. I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the Christmas season, so we need to be, I'll be kind. I first want to start off by congratulating the member from Colette with your presentations, because you made some very good points that many times we forget that our children, they're enamored with this idea of going abroad. They want to go to States to study. And in many instances, they simply cannot afford it. I had one such case which I passed over to the Minister of Education to help me to try to explain to them. They just can't. And then they borrow these huge sums of money, just like it was happening in the United States. Look at the Republicans, they try blocking instead and try to help the young people pay off the loans. Maybe you should talk to your Republican friends, leader of the opposition, or they try to give some sort of debt forgiveness. But here in Belize, we had a member here in Parliament whose child went to study in Trinidad and Tobago and got a degree. Comes back, but what they're studying, they pay over $2,000-3,000 a month. Yet they have this huge debt, and they find it almost impossible to be able to pay. So you are right, and I think that maybe we need to work with the Minister of Education, find somewhere or somehow that all these students, before they accept any studies, that they have some kind of counseling where they could show them what are the opportunities. You are perfectly right, Minister, a member of Colette, that your first degree, that's just a stepping stone. That if you really want to, why it really counts is when you get to the master's and even the doctorate level. So you could do your degree, your first degree in Belize. UBA is a decent university, and so is Galen. So you could do that here, start to work, save money, look at options out there and scholarships that are available, and then to be able to then follow your dreams, to be able to get where you want to. So I really subscribe to what you're saying, and maybe the sixth forms need to be encouraged to be able to have counselors or financial counselors that can sit down with these students and tell them, listen, don't get excited because you're getting a 50% tuition scholarship, because yet you still have to find another 90,000 US how are you going to pay that? You are going to borrow, and then when you come back, the job that you get, PPO $3,000, you would not be able to afford that. So I'm very happy for you to mention that. On the issue of the MCC project, on the Millennium Challenge Corporation, we were awarded a compact, and we immediately agreed with the Minister of Education pointed out to us that our biggest challenge or the way to be able to get out of poverty and to address most of the issues of this country is through education. And that is why when we met with the MCC, they wanted to go through a long, drawn-out process in trying to identify what are the areas that we need and all of this. And we told them we know what are our challenges. We know what is it that we want to do. It is listed in Plan Belize. And so we said our priority is number one, education. And then secondly, we spoke about energy. So we've agreed that we're expecting that 80% of this grant money, and we expect it's going to be a few $100 million of this grant money, 80% is going to be invested in education. Just one more thing, Madam Speaker. To the leader of the opposition, we're saying that we're borrowing. You kind of contradict yourself. You're against borrowing, and after you say you have to borrow. Yes, governments have to borrow. Our concern was the reckless borrowing back then. Wait, hold on. Listen, I'm being nice. The debt to GDP was continuously going up and up and up, that it was at 133% of GDP. Today, with what we have done, we have reduced it to approximately 63%. That gives you what you call a fiscal space. Let me explain to you. You want to understand what is a fiscal space? It allows the government the ability to be able to borrow, to continue, to invest where it is needed. And so that is every loan that we do in this house. It is because it is for investments that are desperately needed in this country. The DFC, this $6 million US loan, is one such example. Honorable member from Colette mentioned about let's not go into what happened back then with the DFC. Yes, a lot of it went wrong, but we went from one extreme to the next extreme, whereby the government shackled the hands of the DFC, and the DFC was unable to perform. They were unable to be able to make the loans where it's needed. In agriculture, where it is, there's a lot of risk when you do loans in agriculture, or even loans in education, because in many instances, many of these students would not meet the criteria that is expected under the DFC by laws to borrow. Only those that have excess collateral could have done that. So we came to the House and made some changes. It was not changes recommended by the cabinet. It was changes recommended by the former CEO, Mrs. Ewan, as you all know, unfortunately was sick. And, and her management, and then went to the DFC Board of Directors. And then they sent those recommendations to us. We came to the House, and fortunately, you all accepted, all of us, accepted these changes, and now this is now letting the shackles loose a little bit. We don't want to go back then to before, but we have to give them a little bit more of room to be able to maneuver and to be able to be a true development bank in this country. So, Madam Speaker, that said, I want to thank everybody for the support of this loan motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, as I know, it's a straightforward loan, so I'm seeking the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion be taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all the stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, if you allow my indulgence not to be able to have to go through the entire document which is in front of you, but this is the International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan, the ICDF Taiwan Loan and Grant Agreement with the Development Finance Corporation to support the sustainability of MSMEs in Belize for US $5 million loan, grant and guarantee loan, motion 2022. Madam Speaker, as well as this loan, the loan component, the $5 million, is the program objective, is the general objective to support the sustainability of MSMEs as employment providers in Belize and to support the post-COVID economic recovery of MSMEs, especially those owned or led by women. This is a special loan that we're targeting women on MSME through the access to production-oriented finance. The loan administrator, the IDB, will administer the loan for 0.5% commitment fee in accordance with this agreement. The commitment period is roughly 3 years from the date of the agreement to the 31st of December 2025. Interest rate is fixed at 2%. The commitment fee is 0.75% on the disbursed amount. And the repayment period is for 20 years following 5 years of grace period. And we have semi-payment. The payment frequency is semi-annual. Now be it resolved that the Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist DFC to improve its capacity to provide affordable financing to support the sustainability of MSMEs in Belize, with a focus on women and green financing, and to promote the economic recovery of MSMEs through access to production-oriented financing. 1, approves that DFC may borrow the said sum of US $5 million from the ICDF Taiwan on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan and grant agreement and other associated documents. And 2, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and grant and guarantee agreements. And 3, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the ICDF Taiwan on terms and conditions substantially as set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documented associated therewith. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, when it comes to this loan, it is a $5 million US loan coupled with a US $500,000 grant from the Republic of China, Taiwan's International Cooperation and Development Fund, or the ICDF. The proposed loan is a proposed parallel finance with the IDB. You may recall that last year the IDB extended a US $15 million US dollar loan facility to DFC to support the sustainability of micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, in Belize, a cornerstone agenda item of Plan Belize. This US $5 million that we're borrowing is intended for the same purposes and goals as the IDB program, but with a particular focus on supporting the economic empowerment of women and sustainable recovery of MSMEs after the COVID-19 pandemic in Belize. Additionally, to enhance efficient implementation and generate greater impact of this ICDF loan program, ICDF will also grant to the DFC up to US $500,000, a grant, free money, which will be funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs ROC Taiwan to strengthen its digitization capacities. The terms of this loan include that the government of Belize shall provide a sovereign guarantee for the sum of the US $5 million. Particularly attractive features of this loan include a repayment period of 20 years following a 5-year grace period, and further, the interest rate on the loan is fixed at 2% per annum. Pretty much the lowest you could have. When you think about inflation rate being above 2%, actually, they're giving you a part of this money. This will allow the DFC to offer MSMEs, especially women-owned or led MSMEs, loans on very attractive low interest terms in spite of the surrounding higher interest rate environment. By enabling timely access to affordable finance to MSMEs, our administration looks forward confidently to a sustainable and inclusive development of our country with women empowered in the process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Metropolitan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, another loan, and it must be recorded, the hypocrisy of the Briceño administration, the PUP administration, who I think you have confused the UDP Borough administration with when you were Deputy Prime Minister and the Saeed Musa administration. Yes, hang your head, you should hang your head in shame, because that is when the runaway spending from borrowing money took place. That is when, as my colleague from Collett mentioned, he didn't want to venture down history of the DFC going bankrupt. So it is not the UDP that was borrowing money and not using it appropriately. I don't think borrowing money for COVID-19, I'll get into your supplementary appropriation where you're still borrowing money for COVID and COVID done. But the point is that the hypocrisy of the PUP has to be recorded for the country to see, Madam Speaker. Everything with them, when they do it, it's okay. When the PUP borrow, nothing wrong with borrow, that's how you develop the nation. When the UDP did it, and we certainly developed this nation like never before, no, that was your father, sir. That was your father when the Bear Stearns $500 million went missing. So that needs to be recorded. So again, Madam Speaker, we appreciate these efforts to develop the nation, but we have to make clear the hypocrisy of the PUP, who did not agree with borrowing any at all, but are now borrowing more than $1 million a day to fund their development. The other point I would like to make before closing, Madam Speaker, is, again, access. It is very well that you have the program for the small businesses, but access is key for the rural areas and for those vulnerable communities, even in the towns and cities, to make sure that those vulnerable citizens get to participate in this, and it's not just the area representatives, friends and cronies that get to benefit from this investment. So it is something that has been complained to me by colleagues that they can't get access, so I would ask that you do more to make sure that there's an awareness campaign, to make sure in the rural areas, in other areas where vulnerable citizens are, that they know that these programs are available, and you do everything to get them to be able to participate and benefit from this loan that they will have to pay back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
I promise I'm going to be nice. I promise to be nice. But you know, when
And standing order 42B, we just need to follow standing orders.
when a hog is in the mud, you will make other hogs join them. They want others want to get into the mud. And I will not do that. I will not do that. All of a sudden now, the honorable leader of the opposition know about the rural areas. when your father, your UDP government, you were part, wait, okay, finish. When you were talking, I listened. The former UDP Prime Minister, of former UDP government, of which you were a part of. Yes, you were the music ambassador. And what did you do for the musicians? What did you do for culture? Just collect one salary and did nothing. So, anyway, they were the ones that abandoned the rural areas, Madam Speaker. We have been, you could ask all our colleagues, what that the UDP did for the rural areas. They did zero for them. They abandoned them. That is why they overwhelmingly vote them out of the National Assembly. Because they abandoned the rural areas, they abandoned agriculture. They abandoned with feeder roads. Now, here we are working hard to be able to fix that. We don't come every host meeting to say, oh, the UDP don't know for the rural areas. No, you are talking about, oh, the rural. All of a sudden you remember the rural after what? How long were you? You were from 2009? You were there, you were in cabinet sometimes, because you don't have cabinet meetings. So please, man, no, that is hypocrisy. That is hypocrisy. If you could stand up here and apologize to the rural people that your government abandoned them for 12 years, then maybe I could give you some credit. But you're just pandering to them. Here we have a government that is actually working to improve the lives of all our people, the rural especially, but even in the city, we continue to invest in the city. So how dare you?
Member, 1 second, member for Mesopotamia. Member for Mesopotamia.
Oh,
you are the member for Mesopotamia. I'm asking you to please respect Standing Order 42B on the matter of silence.
For 13 years that we were on that other side, we got zero help from the UDP government. We had access to nothing. And now you come here and try to accuse us.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
1 second, Prime Minister, I need to hear the point of order. What is the point of order?
Irrelevance. This has nothing to do with what we are debating right now, sir.
Thank you.
This has nothing to do with what we're debating right now.
Member for Mesopotamia, the point of order is heard. Member for, he's...
Ma'am, you don't call the Prime Minister member from Orange Walk Central. I don't think you should treat me any different, Madam Speaker.
1 second. Prime Minister, 1 second. I will not get in a debate because one doesn't get in a debate with the Speaker. I have referred to you as Leader of Opposition. If every single time you take an issue that I refer to you Leader of Opposition and member of Mesopotamia, no debate. Prime Minister, please let's be careful with language used in reference to members. Please continue with the record.
Noted, Madam Speaker. But the Leader of the Opposition was talking about access, as if we are deliberately blocking them out. I was reminding him that when we were in opposition, we had zero access. Ask your father how many times they allowed me to be able to get any kind of social assistance in Orange Walk Central. Ask him. I dare you to ask him. And you know what he will tell you? Zero access. Even the member from Collect, he gave us some help with education, granted. He gave me 5,000, and then he gave the minister them 50,000. Well, as much as 90,000. And he sheepishly, I remember when I bring on sheepishly said, well, a cabinet decision, and I understand that. But you did. But in the other ministries, we got no help. You think I could have ever gone sit down and talk to Gapi Vega in the Ministry of Lands? Huh? Pablo in the Ministry of Health? Could have never gotten nothing. It has to do with the point of access. Now here we are. When they had the flooding in 2015, they spent $44 million within 3 weeks before the general elections in Belize City. And just the giveaway people all of a sudden, from TV and refrigerator and everything that they get. Even people need to ask for things and send the show front of their house. Ask which PUP representative we get any assistance or not 44 million. Zero. Yes, as we get into government, we were already paving, ready to pave the road from Progresso to San Esteban. Then we don't ready for pave, you know, Madam Speaker. Then we don't spend millions of dollars. What did they do? They broke that contract and they took that money, I think about $6 million, and I used it on Albert Street. And then the shameful part of that is that they were taken to court. And you know what? No, the millions of dollars they had to pay in compensation. It is about 11 million. I'm going to get the records, the amount, and I'm going to bring it. So we lose the loan, we lose the free money from the EU to pay that, and then we have to pay their people for a road that they never built. Because of that vindictive streak of the UDP, it costs the government, the people of this country, over $20 million. I know you want to come and talk about access. Here we have the Constituency Development Fund. You get the same amount like any of us based on the size of your
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
One second, Prime Minister, I have to
The
hear
Prime
the
Minister is being repetitive and irrelevant. The constituency fund has nothing to do with this loan motion.
You introduced the term. You introduced the term of access, and you referred
Access to this loan, Madam Speaker, not access in general, to
you actually
these funds.
referred to the loan before.
To these funds.
You actually referred to loan motions in general, then you cited. I will not get into a debate with you, Prime Minister. Please, I believe you are in your wrap-up on this loan motion.
Madam Speaker, the point I'm making, that the honourable member from Mesopotamia, Crozon, North, Albert, Queen Square, that member left the Constituency Development Fund in the Ministry of Finance for about 10 months. He refused to get the money to help the people in that constituency. The honourable member from Colette, all of you get the same amount based on size of constituency, like all of us here on the other side. During the hurricane, and we immediately issued some monies again through the Constituency Development Fund, you all got the same amount that the other members of in Belize City. That is the difference between a vindictive UDP government and our People's United Party that is government that is working for all the people of this country. That's his difference. I would be nice. All I could ask you is to support this motion. Madam Speaker, I'm asking everyone to support this loan motion.
Thank you. I recognize honourable members. That motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honourable House to have the motion be taken through all its stages this day.
Honourable members, the question is that the motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce. Madam Speaker, this is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 4, 2022-2023 Bill of 2022. I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on 31st day of March 2023. Again, Madam Speaker, I rise before this Honourable House to seek the authorization for a supplementary appropriation as set forth in the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 4, 2022-2023 Bill. The last several months have been very challenging for us as a country. The numerous interrelated global crises, including the war in Ukraine, have directly adversely affected Belize. These crises have resulted in a rising cost of living, including fuel and food prices for the ordinary citizen, as well as a rising cost of production, including fuel and fertilizer for our productive sectors. Unlike many other countries, however, we are also saddled with and most vulnerable to the severe impacts of climate change. Back in August, when we were here before this Honorable House to seek authorization for supplementary appropriations, largely for the severe flooding that wreaked havoc on our road infrastructure, mostly in Belize, Orange Walk, and Corozal districts. Over the last couple months, many of us have personally experienced and witnessed partial or total loss of our homes and businesses as a result of Hurricanes Julia and Lisa, especially in the Belize district, but also in parts of the Cayo district as well. In the rural areas, madam, the rural areas. The road infrastructure, once again, has been significantly damaged by these extreme climate events. The preliminary estimates of these losses approach $100 million. These include continue and mounting losses that the people of Belize continue to suffer on an ever more frequent basis, not only significant why Belize is rated one of the highest Yeah, hello, you ready? Yeah. These continuing and mounting losses that the people of Belize continue to suffer on an ever more frequent basis not only signify why Belize is rated one of the highest in climate risk in the world, but also underscores the immense challenges in development we face as a country and as a people. This is no time to lose hope, however. Rather, the demonstrated resiliency of our people in the face of these challenges energizes us, not only to preserve and press on, but truly radiates hope for a better, brighter future for Belize. The supplementary appropriations bill that we place before this House today reflects this energy and perseverance. We seek authorization for almost $25 million funding for hurricane relief and recovery efforts. This includes, but it is not limited to, 2.3 million for additional grocery bag food assistance, primarily for Belize District. 3.2 million for NEMO-related emergency relief expenditures on various supplies, including mattresses and other essentials, as well as funding for fuel and other supplies to support the BDF's assistance in emergency cleanup and related efforts in connection with Hurricane Lisa. 3.2 million in emergency relief, including home repair supplies like zinc and plywood to those most affected by Hurricane Lisa in constituencies in the Belize District. 2.7 million for major repair and reconstruction works at Price Barracks in Ladyville and other national defense facilities. You should see the appalling conditions that the BDF is living in. I mean, it's shameful that we had Petro-Caribbean money, we had the oil money, over $1 billion, and they did nothing to try to fix the living facilities of the BDF. Have you visited their facilities? Weren't you ashamed? Weren't you ashamed? I mean, like, matters, man. 6 million to support housing relief and construction, and 5.4 million for emergency cleanup and repairs to road infrastructure. While addressing relief and recovery efforts, other pressing demands continue to arise. the higher cost of fuel and other goods and services has meant that recurrent expenditures have gone up. Authorization is therefore being sought for supplementary appropriations towards those additional recurrent expenditures across numerous ministries, including one, an additional $2 million to the Ministry of Education to cover the additional cost of school bus contractors. I met with the bus contractors in the Toledo district, and they were telling there was absolutely no way they could continue to take the kids from home to school and back with what was originally agreed. And I'm so pleased that the Minister of Education quickly seized the problem. He realized that there was a serious problem, and he met with them and had to renegotiate these contracts. And that is why now we're using this $2 million for. Two, a further $4.9 million, primarily for the police department and the national defense for fuel and other supplies, as well as additional rental expenses. Three, $1 million for the amnesty program, and four, $1.5 million in additional vehicle requirements. An additional $500,000 is being sought for the Financial Intelligence Unit in preparation for the upcoming 2023 CAFTA, anti-money laundering peer review, with a review to avoid Belize being placed on any blacklist that could severely damage our banking sector, inhibit correspondent banking relations, and harm our overall economy. Over the past couple of years, the municipalities have been under much distress, initially because of the economic fallout from the pandemic, but also with the continuing barrage of costly events like Hurricanes Julia and Lisa. It was certainly heartwarming to witness the outpouring of support by many across this country to those most affected by the hurricane, especially in Belize City. In visiting the South Side, I heard so many stories that made me feel proud as a Belizean. How people were out there under the rain and during the hurricane, helping people to shelter, bringing them into their homes. There were two cases, one in Lake Isle and also in Port Loyola, where people were in houses on stilts, and the house fell to the ground, and nobody got hurt. In the great United States, that have all the money you could think about, the last hurricane they had in Florida, they had several people that lost their life. Here in small, poor Belize, nobody lost their life. And there was no serious injuries. It must speak something about the resilience of our people, and certainly that our Creator is also looking over this beautiful jewel of ours. Ultimately, however, the municipality councils continue to operate under severe distress, and it is in this regard that request is being sought for the sum of $6 million being authorized to support these municipal councils. In the meantime, and in addition to relief and recovery support, the work of development by way of public investment under the government's public sector investment program continues. To this end, one, for education, $2.3 million constitute disbursements for the IDB-funded education quality improvement program. Two, for health, $2.1 million represents additional disbursement under the IDB loan for the health sector, while an additional $1.2 million represents primarily grant funds from UNICEF to strengthen the capacity of healthcare professionals, monitoring and evaluation, and for transportation for outreach. Three, for rural development, $1.7 million is also required as counterpart funding for the Resilient Rural Belize program to support rural communities, particularly funded by grant monies under the Green Climate Fund. 4, for infrastructure, 3.8 million is comprised of a combination of Taiwan loan funds and government counterpart funding to support the Corozal-Sertaneja road works. 5, for better public financial management, 2.2 million is further disbursed under the IDB-funded Strengthening Tax Administration project, which is modernizing the Belize tax services. 6, for tourism, $300,000 is to be disbursed under the Sustainable Tourism Project for institutional strengthening and capacity building. 7, for public transportation, $900,000 of grant funding from the IDB is to be used for public transportation legal framework improvement and other related work. And 8, for social assistance and support, 2.5 million is proposed to be further allocated to constituencies. This was the emergency funding we had to give through the constituency, the DFC, the constituency, the CDF, sorry. In total, current expenditures add to a little over 9 million. The cumulative, this number is going to change, and I'll explain right now, Madam Speaker. The cumulative sum of CAP 2 expenditures amount to 42.8 million, while externally sourced CAP 3 expenditures amount to a bit over 14.7 million, for a grand total of additional supplementary appropriation of 66,545,083 dollars. We will need to add another $4 million to this, which I'm going to mention quickly. Madam Speaker, yesterday we had an emergency meeting with the Minister of Health and the CEO of the Carl Hushner Municipal Hospital, KHMH, Mrs. Chandra Cancino, who made a compelling argument for emergency funding for KHMH. After a long discussion, we agreed to provide another $4 million to help them with their recurrent expenditures. The minister, during the debate, will give us a detailed explanation. Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us, our government, I'm sure both sides would agree with me, to register our gratitude to the 700 plus employees of KHMH for their dedication and commitment to provide quality healthcare to our citizens. But I also need to add, I also want to thank all our healthcare workers who remain committed to this day, even after the stresses of working during the COVID-19 crisis. Many of these doctors and nurses to this day have not gone on holiday because of the work that they have been doing. A grateful nation thanks all of you. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the support of this Honorable House for the due enactment of this bill. Thank you.
Daniel, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was certainly anticipated that we would come to this Honorable House and seek funding for the natural disaster Hurricane Lisa. But what it appears in this supplementary is that the Hurricane Lisa is being used as an opportunity to fleece the national coffers. When you go through this supplementary, Madam Speaker, this has to be the worst administration in as far as budget and planning, which is a very important part of the Ministry of Finance. And that is what I used to think. But I pay attention. I may not be as smart as the member from Kayo South. I'm not an intellect like him. But I pay attention. And what I have realized, Madam Speaker, is it's not bad budgeting. It is that the bogus budget, as I rightfully deemed it, that was presented in this honorable House was just that. It was a smoke screen for the IMF. They wanted to present a budget that appealed to the IMF, so as he always does, that's why you could come with these written speeches all you want, and they can sound as eloquent as you would like them to sound, but the reality is the reality. The bottom line is the bottom line. Every single House meeting, we have had a supplementary appropriations. And that is because I surmise that that was the plan all along. Let's put a bogus budget before the people so that we can check the boxes for the IMF, and then we'll go and get the money. But I'm sure when they speak, they'll say, oh, well, unlike Prime Minister Barrow, at least we're coming to the House to ask for the permission. That doesn't make it any better. What were you doing? What were you doing? What were you doing? I'll get to you shortly. I'll get to Ministry of Infrastructure shortly. But what were you doing when you were planning this budget? How is it that for Cap 3 and Cap 2, you did not anticipate these costs? How? Please explain it to me, since I don't understand. You have, Madam Speaker, you have lines here, such as rents and lease in the Ministry of Finance. Nothing there in the approved estimates. Now you want $500,000. What's the emergency? What was the unanticipated urgent issue that came up that you need that? You're spending about $3 million on new vehicles. I see you have a new white 2024 or 2023 Land Cruiser out there that costs $500,000. That is, I don't know if you paid for it or that is a part of this supplementary.
Stop making yourself a fool.
Well, I am asking. No. Sit down. What is your point of order?
Members.
What is your point of order?
Wait. Leader of Opposition. 1 second. Leader of Opposition. Leader of Opposition.
You're
I
not
am
standing?
speaking. I don't need to stand, sir. Kindly sit.
Okay.
1 second. Members. There's a reason why I asked specifically in the announcement to be reminded of Standing Order 42B. I kindly ask for you to indulge me, the Speaker, by respecting that. Every member has an opportunity to contribute to the debate. Take the notes and contribute to the debate when you stand on your feet. When you stand on your feet, please make the point of order so that I can at least hear your point of order, ask the other member to sit, to allow me that opportunity. Is there a point of order? May I hear the point of
My
order?
point of order is that the leader of the opposition making false accusations in this National Assembly. And the point is, when he's talking about a vehicle that I'm driving, the government of Belize has not bought me a vehicle. I've been using my personal vehicles from the day I was elected.
Thank you for the clarification
So
on
for
on the question or accusation therefore. Mr.
No,
Prime
Madam, I
Minister.
just want to finish. For him to come and to give any kind of suggestion that I am using the people's money to buy myself a vehicle, it's a lie. So before you make those things, you and I talk, when you are asking me to help you with additional funding for your people,
Okay,
you never call. No, but
members,
I just want to make
we're beyond the point of order.
But it's important to make the point. Madam Speaker,
We are,
the point
Prime Minister, please indulge me. On the wrap-up, you can make that additional point. Member for Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition, if you're going to lodge a question, you know the procedure to lodge the question.
Okay, if I may ask, it's important for what I'm pointing out, that this gentleman maliciously tries to make these accusations here when he
Madam
could have...
Speaker, on a point of order, no,
Wait,
he's
let me finish,
accusing me
man.
of malice. I
Yes,
asked a
I am.
question.
No, the point
A
is...
point of order, you're
when you and I
imputing
talk-
improper motives.
But you are imputing proper motive.
When I
Can I be allowed to finish, Madam
no, Prime Minister.
I insist, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister, I asked what was the point of order. You've told me
Point of
about
order,
the
Madam
vehicle.
Speaker, that I'm trying to make the point that this gentleman...
I am a member for Mesopotamia, neither are you. Can you... I am listening to his...
Listen to what I'm saying. The point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, that he...
Member, 1 second. Member for Mesopotamia, I have asked you on more than one occasion. You don't question my conduct, you allow me to do what I need to do. If you continue, I will ask you to please excuse yourself. I do not need help from other members. Please, Standing Order 42B. It's very clear. You stood on another point of order. I would like to hear the point of
It will
order
take me-
in silence.
60 seconds. The point I was making, that if he really wanted to find out the times that he calls me and texts me, he could have asked me, why is your new vehicle, so what, government pay for it? And I could have answered it. But you come right there and try to create...
What, the point of order, Prime Minister?
That is the point of order, Madam Speaker, that he comes
Is the
here
imputing
and
of-
speak on things that he does not know and makes allegations that are 100% false, and he knows it. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. It's on the imputing of the motive, which you have clarified, but which you should not have even insinuated. Can you kindly continue with your contribution?
I don't have it.
Members, Standing Order 42, or else today will be a day where I'm asking people to excuse themselves. On both sides.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
42B, please.
I think the member from Kayo South wants to excuse himself. You don't want to comply with the Speaker? Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks for the clarification, Prime Minister. I hope that you will clarify why there was a need to spend the $3 million on new vehicles. $3 million you have in the office of the Prime Minister. You have items there where you spent, let me find it, 1 second, where you spent about $3 million on vehicles. And so I hope that you will clarify that once you get the opportunity. Yes, Madam Speaker. But let me go through my notes, Madam Speaker. Again, you have in the Ministry of Finance, the government put forth a budget of 2.2. Now they come back with 1.5 for supplementary. What was the government doing when they were planning this budget, Madam Speaker? The Prime Minister talks about the war in Ukraine. Everyone else has sorted out that energy problem. I was just in Washington, D.C., and the price of fuel has gone down. Pre-COVID, a war in Ukraine. No, I visited my Democratic friends as well. The chairman of the House of Representatives, the new leader of the House of Representatives, he's a Democrat. Yes.
Members, please, I'm not going to entertain this. Please continue with your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. But fuel has gone down, so the Prime Minister cannot keep using the war in Ukraine as an excuse to come back to this honorable House and seek these funds. Yes, I concede that the Prime Minister, when we were dealing with Hurricane Lisa, was prompt and swift in addressing the matter when I called him. And funds were dispensed immediately. That is Hurricane Lisa. And I can understand some of the line items that I see here for Hurricane Lisa. But we have funding going to every single ministry that has nothing to do with Hurricane Lisa, Madam Speaker. And the country needs to understand what is happening here. So it is that we cannot take, when the government presents a budget, that this budget is legit. So either you're incompetent or there was a deliberate misleading of the nation, Madam Speaker. I want to go to infrastructure. As in infrastructure, I know that I must take this opportunity to thank the point person in the Ministry of Infrastructure who deals with the opposition members, Ms. Alamia. She has been a true professional and has delivered on everything that I have asked, and I'm sure the other members will say the same. This is in accordance with the monies that the Prime Minister made available through your ministry, member from Cayo South, to help with Hurricane Lisa. But I still want to see a breakdown of that 4 million that is being dispensed and how that is being dispensed. Is that 4 million just for constituencies, just for area representatives, or is that to deal with other damages from Hurricane Lisa? Well, then I see $3 million in addition to that as a home improvement line item that was not planned for. That was not planned for in the budget that was presented in this honorable House, Madam Speaker. So again, where does this come from when the Prime Minister has already given $4 million to address Hurricane Lisa? There was no discussion about home improvement in the last budget, according to what has been presented here. And so now where does that come from, Madam Speaker? To what end? How will that be dispensed? How can we gain access to that? Then you see you have, excuse me? I won't get, you're putting on record that I won't get access to it?
Members, I will not entertain this. Please continue with the contribution.
Thank you for that record. It won't surprise me because I didn't get any access to the housing, those small houses that you built. One thing about my predecessor, the former Minister of Housing, who you like to criticize in here, when he built houses, him and the Honorable Hubert Elrington, yes, they built hundreds of houses. I'll take you. We can go to Mesop tomorrow.
Members.
We can go to Mesopotamia tomorrow, member from Fort George. No, we can go to Lake Eye as well. The member from Lake Eye got like $1 million, and your father got $1 million from the Ministry of Housing. Yes, it's true. You know you were the first one to get that $1 million. Anyway, but Madam Speaker, I still have the only house for you to build. They're not nice.
Member for Cayo South, please, member for Cayo South.
But
member for Cayo South, I just said please, and you just said yes. Thank you.
Yeah, it is.
Please take that back.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker. I withdraw. I'm sure Mom is praying for the both of us. Let's behave ourselves. But Madam Speaker, I still haven't gotten a house. I think maybe one person got a house in Mesopotamia. Let me correct the record. Or they called her to tell her that the house is in train. I still haven't been invited to any ribbon cutting, and it's not real until they actually get the keys. So being told that...
Member for Cayo South.
Are you going to...
No. Can you have your seat, please, member? Members, I am really trying not to be the strict schools principal here, but work with me. 42B, that's all I ask. Member for Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition, continue with your
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as I was saying, Still, no one from Mesopotamia has received the keys to their house, but we see that another $3 million is going to the low-income housing project, which falls far short of the 10,000 houses that were promised. But again, when the Prime Minister talks about access, again, I commend where people are supposed to be commended, but I must make my complaints where there are causes for concern. And when the member for Kayo South is saying that Mesopotamians will not get anything, I don't need to get anything. I wanted, could you please put that on record when you get a chance to speak? I have never asked for anything, sir. I drive my own vehicle and I will continue to do the same thing once I become leader of the country by way of being the Prime Minister. But, Madam Speaker, again, the Sartaneja project, that was paid for by the Taiwanese, right? And whatever Belize was supposed to contribute, let's argue that Belize was supposed to contribute, there was no approved estimate for Sartaneja in CAP 2. And now we have 1.5 million, and you'll have even more in CAP 3. So again, Madam Speaker, the people of Belize have to see this for what it is, which is an attempt to fleece the national coffers. When you bring supplementary appropriations bills to the House, it is to be based on spending that could not have been anticipated. How is it that the Budget and Planning Unit, the Prime Minister, his Minister of Finance, did not anticipate, these ministries did not anticipate these spending? And again, if the taxes are performing so well and the economy is recovered so well, which is why now you're grabbing these monies, why not give the public servants their increments, Madam Speaker? But let me go now to the Ministry of Health. I certainly agree with the $4 million grant that has been given to KHMH. Heaven knows that our public health system is in shambles. There's a new coalition of medical service providers that have been complaining that they have no supplies, they have nothing, yet we have come to this honorable House on numerous occasions. 42, sir. You're at the party whip, you're at the House whip, you're supposed to know your rules, member from Fort George. But the government has come to this honorable House on numerous occasions, Madam Speaker, asking for money for the Ministry of Health. Yet the stakeholders in the public healthcare system are telling you otherwise. So that's why when the member from Kayo South wants to talk about who can comprehend and who can't comprehend, nothing that you say here registers until I see the actions. Because what you say in this honorable House, for the most part, with a few exceptions, never comes to reality, Madam Speaker. And that takes me now to the supplementary for health. When we were going through the COVID-19 pandemic, every day on the news, on all of the media platforms, you would have an accounting of who has COVID, how many cases, what we're down to. You don't have that anymore. The COVID era is behind us. Yet, again, these are not supplementary estimates for monies that were already committed, and so they are following through. These are new costs that they're coming up with for COVID. you have 172,000 for COVID-19. What does that mean? 234,000 for COVID-19. $2 million, Madam Speaker, to support the healthcare sector to contain and control and mitigate the effects of COVID-19. But that has passed us. Who are you fooling? I hope that the Minister of Health will give satisfactory explanations to these monies that they're asking for, but I don't know what could be satisfactory when they plan the budget. We're only about 90 days away from a new budget, and none of these costs were anticipated, Madam Speaker. Again, either it is incompetence or it was the government misleading the public to satisfy the IMF, Madam Speaker. Let me go now to the Prime Minister's office when I was talking about the cost that they had there for cause. But before I go there, I heard the member from Belize Rural Central, Madam Speaker, talk about grocery bags. I know that the member from Alberts, I know that I myself have contacted the Minister of Human Development and asked about these grocery bags that the member from Caribbean Shores had brought to our attention in the Honorable House, and he said that it wasn't enough what they were getting, and I agree with that. But I was pleased to know that he was getting, and I was hoping, as the Prime Minister says, everything is equal access, that the constituencies would get. So I know that, sorry, the Caribbean Shores constituents were getting, not the Minister of Home Affairs. But I know that the member from Collett reached out on behalf of her constituents. I know that I have reached out on behalf of my constituents, and not even the common courtesy or professionalism to answer myself. I don't know, have you gotten a response, member from Alberts? So I am pleased to hear that in addition to the Constituency Development Fund, for which we are grateful, in addition to the Hurricane Lisa relief that has been directed to the Ministry of Infrastructure, of which we are grateful. But I might add, I did contact, I don't know if it's you, member from Port Loyola, or someone controls your page, because I've been getting complaints in Port Loyola and in other constituencies where people are being discriminated against because of their political affiliation. So while the Prime Minister is right in saying that he has given equally, from what I know, to all area representatives, and I am grateful on behalf of the people of Mesopotamia that I was able to help them promptly. And I help everybody in Mesopotamia. And I had made a plea that all of my colleagues help everyone with the resources that you have. But I don't know if that is happening, Madam Speaker. And in the case of the grocery bags that we again heard mention of, it should be that if the area representatives are not involved, when we send people to human development, they should be able to procure that necessary assistance. And that is not the case, Madam Speaker. As a test, before I assist someone, I say, okay, you need groceries, please go to Regent Street and request assistance from the Ministry of Human Development. I don't need to call the minister. And every time they go, doesn't happen. I know that there was a statement that the grocery bags would be given, or the control of the quantities would be given to the area representatives. Again, Madam Speaker, I have not been contacted or even given the decency of a response from the Minister of Human Development. So I would really like to know where that is headed. Also, Madam Speaker, we see here, again, another $50,000 for the Governor General's office. The member from Fort George always talks about the decolonialization of Belize and how we're moving away from the monarchy. Why are we spending another $50,000 on the Governor General's office, Madam Speaker? And it can't be. The Belizean people cannot be fooled by this argument of a war in Ukraine. I already gave the Prime Minister the solution on lowering the gas prices, Madam Speaker. But again, a legitimate question has to be asked. Why? He can lower the debt, according to him, reduce the debt in $1 billion. Why can't we lower the gas prices? Is it because he himself owns gas prices, Madam Speaker?
Member from Mesopotamia.
It's a legitimate question.
No, you're imputing a motive,
I'm
member.
asking a question.
No, you're asked the question before I ask you kindly to be careful of those insinuations that you're making. It will not be placed on record.
Guided, Madam Speaker. So here I am. Purchase of vehicles. Ministry of Finance, for those of you who couldn't find it. They initially, in the budget estimates, had $2.145 million. Another $1 million. For who? For what? People can't even afford gas. The government should be encouraging people to carpool since energy is so unbearable. Why are you purchasing more vehicles that will cost more fuel? Another $210,000. That's 1316 for those of you that want to follow. Another $299,000 for purchase of vehicle, Madam Speaker. And we see here that we have the Hurricane Rehabilitation Fund 755. I'd like to know what that is and how we can access that in the opposition. But again, Madam Speaker, I see no need to spend another $1.5 million on vehicles when the Prime Minister is saying, due to the war in Ukraine and the high gas prices only in Belize, because nowhere else that I know of, not in Europe, not in the United States, I believe even the UK has gotten things under control. I forgot to ask Liz Truss that when I saw her the other day, but she's no longer Prime Minister. So I didn't think that she would have that pertinent information. But again, Madam Speaker, I see no need to use Hurricane Lisa. And this is what we have to understand, Madam Speaker. This is what we have to comprehend, is that supplementary appropriations bills are not normal. While this government has made it normal, and they have tried to justify their actions by saying, well, the previous government didn't even tell us when they were spending money. They feel that they deserve an award for bad budgeting, bad planning, and burdening Belizeans with more debt, because all of this adds up to more debt that we'll have to pay. So you didn't anticipate this in your estimates, and now you come. We need good reason why Hurricane Lisa, yes, we could figure out the 7 million or the 12, it's 12 million, I believe, that you got in Ministry of Infrastructure. We can figure out how that is going to be accessed by members of the opposition as well as other constituencies under the guise of Hurricane Lisa, Madam Speaker. But how do we go from Hurricane Lisa to $1.5 million for the purchase of vehicles in the Ministry of Finance? How do we go to $2.5 million in the Ministry of Health for COVID-19 when the COVID-19 pandemic has been declared over? It doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. So again, I appreciate very much the assistance that the people of Mesopotamia have thus far been able to access. And I hope that this will continue, Madam Speaker, but we cannot use Hurricane Lisa as an opportunity to pillage the nation's coffers, because we will have to account for it, Madam Speaker. And as I close, I want to point out that we have a municipal elections coming up, March 24th, Madam Speaker, and why that is important, why that is relevant to this debate, is because we heard about $7 million specifically in the Ministry of Infrastructure for Hurricane Lisa relief. We heard of millions and millions more in the Constituency Development Fund and Constituency Relief Fund in the Office of the Prime Minister. What now do we have here? $6 million. About 12 months, little more than 12 months away from a municipal elections. We're now giving $6 million to the rural ministry. To do what? Why can't the access to hurricane relief continue along the lines that it has already been scheduled, which is to go to the Ministry of Infrastructure or to go to the area representative? What now do we have this $6 million? What is the emergency for that is not already being addressed in the Constituency Development Fund and through the Ministry of Infrastructure and through the Office of the Prime Minister? So these are all things that the Belizean people need to consider, Madam Speaker. Coming to the House with a supplementary every House meeting is not normal. It is either rank incompetence as far as budget and planning, Madam Speaker, or it is an attempt to grab the nation's coffers, to spend recklessly, to be a train that is about to come off of its tracks. I am sure that this day will be recorded. When the UDP forms the next government, and I am standing over there, we will have to rescue this government. We will have to rescue this government's deeds when we form the next government because of bad spending. I quote the Prime Minister. These are a time where you don't necessarily need eloquent descriptions of realities. This is bad spending, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Cayo South.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. God, I pray to the Lord that what the member from Mesop just said of being over here and standing in that chair, I pray to the Lord it never happens for the sake of Belize.
I'm one step away.
God save his soul. Madam Speaker, it's Christmas time. I need to be positive and not negative. Can you? Yeah, thank you. Madam Speaker, to start off, I'd like to give a huge thank you to all the 300 and odd staff members that the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing has. And why I would like to say thank you to them, Madam Speaker. They have been working day and night. They have been serving the Belizean people in their normal, everyday activity, but since Hurricane Lisa, they have gone into overdrive. They have been the ones responsible for the hurricane relief in the city of Belize and rural Belize. I can't say enough thank you to all the engineers, the staff members, the project managers, the laborers, the carpenters, the people that do the procurement, everybody. And I would like to tell them publicly, thank you. Your minister and your government is so proud of you. Let me explain to the member from Mesop. I think I can call you member from Mesop, Metro. I don't want to go to the other one. I'll leave it as member to Mesop. That should be enough for me. And Cap 2. Madam Speaker, you're looking at the Corozal Sarteneja upgrading of 1.5 million. That is government's contribution to the arrangement that was made for Taiwan. Whenever you get a loan from somebody, it is important that government puts their counterpart, and this is basically that. So there is no rocket science to that, member from MESO. The difference is that we come to the House of Representatives to do the work legally. We ask permission to borrow the money, and then we ask permission to spend it. It is why we had taken his father to court, because they were not doing that for so many years, for his information. The second one is 679, which is home improvement grants and loans. When Hurricane Lisa hit us, the cabinet gave us approval for relief. Right now we're serving, and we have served over 1,000 applicants in the Belize district, mostly in the city, but also in rural Belize. So that $3 million is to cover the relief. And the member from METOP is aware that we have been transparent and we have been accountable in how these materials reach the applicants. Why? Because any material that goes to the MESOP division is signed by the area rep or his representative, and is also signed by the recipient that receives the material. We have documentation of this, Madam Speaker. So every single person that received the over 1,000 applicants that have received this relief, we have documentation that they have received it. For your information, member from MESO. Then you have the 2034, which is the low-income housing project for the other $3 million. This is the second phase of the Hurricane Iris. We broke it down into two categories. One was called relief, and the second one is called recovery. Recovery is now more a substantial effort to be able to assist people where they don't have any shelter above their head, meaning that even if you give them a piece of zinc or plywood or whatever, they cannot physically have a structure. So we are going to build houses for them, Madam Speaker. That recovery period will start, I would say, next month, because we are now going through the process of verifying that the applicants do have a piece of land. And by the way, member from MESOP, you have been awarded houses in your area. The problem is the land that your applicants provided are in areas that are flooded. We don't have road access to them. We don't have where to reach them. And therefore, well, your father was in charge when they gave out these lands. You should not give land out to people that do not have road access or are submarine type land. And so that is the reason why we haven't been able to adjust and deal with your area as we would have liked. But as you're aware, we treat you fairly at the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, even though you act a bit different when you're here. The truth is, we treat you fairly. And you, in fact, you have gone publicly to say that. You have said it on national television. You've said it sometimes when you're speaking a bit intelligently, which is very minimal, you say it, but you do say it. And so I don't know when you say something, oh, the Ministry of Infrastructure treats me extremely fairly, and then 2 seconds later it says the Ministry of Infrastructure is not transparent and accountable, and so...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
I did not say...
what's the point of order?
The member from Cayo South is misquoting me.
What's that you're asking for elucidation?
Yes.
So then the member has to grant that.
I did not say, you allowed the Prime Minister to explain himself on what he said and didn't say. I did not say that the ministry
Prime
was
Minister
not
had a point of order on imputing improper motive, so.
But he's saying that I said that
Member,
the
I'm not
ministry
going this back and
was
forth,
not
doesn't work,
transparent.
I've
That is
ruled.
not true.
Can you kindly continue? Member for
Very much,
Cayo
Madam
South.
Speaker. I am a bit bewildered when he gets up to speak. I don't know what's the direction he's coming from. And I think some of us might need to deal with a psychologist sometime in the future. Madam Speaker, then we get to 2094, which says hurricane rehabilitation for 4.8 million. Do you remember when we had a problem in the city after Hurricane Lisa, and the MIDH we had to come in with our trucks, we had to come in with our backhoes, we had to come in with all our equipment to be able to do hurricane relief. This is a part of that. This is a part of the expenditure for the 4.8 million. A part of this 4.8 million also, Madam Speaker, is the deplorable state of the Philip Golson Highway that leads from the Belize roundabout approximately to the Hallova Bridge. That is a part of this. Why? Because it is a main artery in Belize. Hurricane Lisa destroyed it more than it has been already, and it is part of the budget. It is also part of all that is needed to be done to be able to bring back Belize City and rural Belize to an acceptable level after Hurricane Lisa. So is that enough explanation for you, member from MESOP? I thought that was your concern. And then we go to Capital 3, Madam Speaker, which is 1571, which says 2.33 million for the Sarteneja upgrading. That is just coming to the House, explaining to the House that we have to make this payment, and we are asking permission from the House to be able to do it. This is part of the loan that has, well, it came from your previous government and from the Taiwanese government. Cap 2 is the Belize's contribution towards the loan. Cap 3 is the loan itself that comes from the Taiwanese government. You was what? That's why it's here now. Madam Speaker, as I said, it's Christmas. I had a long list of niceties that I wanted to mention with the honorable member, but it's Christmas. And I would like to, because it's Christmas, if you give me an opportunity, Madam Speaker, just to, and I don't know if I'll get another opportunity, just to say thank you to the entire nation, and that stood with us, that had patience with us, that understood us when we were going through Hurricane Lisa's problems. I think the government of Belize acted honorably and with efficiency to be able to try to assist the people that were affected by the hurricane. I would also like to thank the residents of Kaya South that gave up me the opportunity to go to Belize City with all our resources and put all of my attention in that time of need to the Belize City constituents. And now I am telling them I am back now to be able to give you the love that you all deserve, because you gave me an opportunity to focus on the brethren and the sisters in the city that needed our assistance. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I'd like the country of Belize to join me in prayer. My mom is in the last days of her life. I just came from visiting her, and I don't know how long she will be with us, but I am praying that she stays with us for a little bit longer, at least for Christmas. Thank you very much.
Okay. I recognize the member for Orange Walkies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to rise to offer my full support to this supplementary appropriation number 4 for the fiscal year 2022-2023. And I want to thank the leader of the opposition for at least accepting the portion that we are requesting for the Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital. As you all know, Madam Speaker, KHMH employs roughly 700 Belizean men and women across in the hospital. And being a 27-year-old facility with a current capacity of 150 beds, 3 operating rooms, and being the only public system tertiary hospital in Belize, the only adult intensive care unit, and the country's only neonatal intensive care unit. We also know that KHMH receives referrals from across Belize, from every corner of the country. And so the needs at KHMH is indeed very much warranted in this request. And so when we were approached at the ministry, and I had to take this to cabinet as the Prime Minister stated earlier in his presentation, and I want to thank cabinet for approving the sums of monies that we are now seeking the National Assembly approval for. But just to give a bit of clarity as well to the members of this House, and especially to the members of the opposition, that part of this whole funds from KHMH is to cover some outstanding debts that is looming over KHMH. One of them being Fabregas, that has been there for quite some time. And we felt that it's something that has to be done to address before we end up in a situation where there are other situations that we could face. But this government, Madam Speaker, has listened to management at KHMH. We have listened to the cries of the employees and staff of KHMH. And this is the result of why we are coming to this Honorable House, so that we can address those issues, as well pay the outstanding uniform allowances that is owed to the workers at KHMH. But I want to turn to the other point, Madam Speaker. The leader of the opposition, for some reason, I'm not sure, I would grant him that he's not an accountant or may not really know how a budget works. But I will go straight to the point that he spoke and stressed on the 172,000 in CAP 3. We must bear in mind, member from Mesopotamia, that CAP 3 are loan and grant funds. In this case, these are loan funds that are being disbursed, and we have to account for them in order for us to be able to utilize them in this period. And so that 172,000 that you raised is a reimbursement from the IDB, and this will be used to fix the oxygen drops in the hospital over the next 6 months. The $2.097 million that you stated COVID, but let me just remind you though that COVID is not behind us. COVID is still ravaging across the world. While in Belize, we have been able to manage the numbers, we must bear in mind that COVID is still here, and we have to cope with the effects of COVID. COVID has had some serious effects on the provision of services across the country. And so these programs that are set out in these loan funds highlights what we're trying to achieve over the next few months. The 2.097 million member from Mesopotamia is money from the World Bank under a loan that was already approved to enhance human capacity, human resource capacity, and to provide other health activities within the region, within our country. And so this is really will be used again to assist with the human resource, as I mentioned, procurement of other medical equipment that is badly needed, and of course to ensure that we could continue to mitigate the effects of COVID. Bear in mind that this government, under the Ministry of Health and Wellness, has recently as well had new community health workers across the country, where we have gotten in every district new health workers. We are constantly out there ensuring that we enhance the human capacity at the ministry. So these are what these funds are being used for. So I just wanted to make sure you got the clarity on the point you raised, member. As you know, as I said, CAP 3 are funds from external sources, and we have to account for them in the fiscal space that we have. And in this case, we are utilizing these funds before the end of March and going in, so we have to get the approval from the National Assembly to utilize them. I hope that clarified his concerns. Thanks.
I recognize the member for Fort Leota.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me say greetings to Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me say greetings to the wonderful residents of Fort Leota who elected me to this honorable house. Madam Speaker, before I make my contribution to the supplementary allocation number 4, I would like to just clarify something with your permission in relation to what the Leader of the Opposition said. I am, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, I am known in my division as a person who works with all the residents of my area. And I'm surprised at what you said. I'm surprised at what you said. You know why? Because you sent me a text, said to go and to check with this individual. And I personally went to the house and I gave the person assistance, but I guess the person didn't tell you that. And so that would be, that is the person being disingenuous, all right? I will go further and say that a number of persons in my area have assisted me for help, and many times, if one of them on Rebecca Crescent and another on Reggae Street, they have their house full red when election time, red all around with flag and all kind of posters, all kind of things, but I still assist them. And I will end with this one on that, right? On a number of occasions, persons from the other side who have asked me for help, I've assisted them, and some of them have even asked me, so give me a ride. And I put them in the vehicle, and you know what they do? Before they reach their area, they say, I have to move right by car now. All right? And if you doubt me, I can take you around Port Laguna to show you those persons from the opposite side that I have assisted. Any day you want, I can do that. All right? Madam Speaker, in relation to supplementary allocation number 4, it is for a little over $17 million. Madam Speaker, in going through the supplementary, it is evident that all the funds that are allocated for spending have been assigned to ensure a better life for all the Belizean people countrywide. Madam Speaker, I'm particularly interested in CAP 2 that deals with sports and the Ministry of Infrastructure. Madam Speaker, in CAP 2 for sports, $77,509 is allocated for the upgrading of the playing area at the Genosha basketball court. Madam Speaker, just recently I returned from a visit to Cuba, where we went to look at efforts to improve sports in our country. And Madam Speaker, Cuba is now reaping many benefits from producing first-class athletes because the Caribbean island made the necessary investments in sports. Madam Speaker, it is therefore a shame that the previous administration squandered over $500 million for Petro-Caribbean, over $400 million from oil, and over $600 million for BTL that valued less than $100 million, but did not bother to spend even a dollar to provide needed upgrade to the basketball court at the Genosha area, nor the basketball court on Penn Road in the Port Laguna division. Madam Speaker, the $77,000 that have been allocated for the upgrade of the Genosha basketball court, yes, Madam Speaker, it is small. We'd like more, but we greatly appreciate it. And I'm confident that in the next budget, more funds will be allocated for the upgrading of sporting facilities in the Port Area Division. Madam Speaker, the previous government left sporting facilities in Port Laguna in such terrible condition that today the bleachers at the Genosha basketball court are badly broken. The court itself is so broken and rough that a new basketball only lasts a few days, and the unlevel court pours water for days whenever it rains. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the football field is unusable, and after 13 years of neglect under the previous administration, no recreation facility is at the Genosha basketball court for small children. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the bathroom at the Genosha basketball court is inadequate for the fans, the athletes, and the police officers who are stationed at that location. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say that with the upgrade of the Genosha basketball court, Those totally unacceptable conditions at that basketball court will be a thing of the past. I would also like to say, Madam Speaker, that plans are also underway to upgrade the basketball court on Penn Road in a similar way. Madam Speaker, reflecting on CAP 2 in relation to the MIDH, it states that the MIDH has been allocated $12,300,000 in this supplementary allocation. I'm therefore happy to say that the residents of Port Loyola look forward to the continued upgrade of Crowell Road, Reggae Street, Santa Street, JR Street, CS Street, Neil Penn Road, Arlington Drive, and Farbers Road that are in terrible condition. We look forward to the continued upgrade of those streets by the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. And we are confident that that work will be done because as I speak, they've stacked a lot of material at the Rogers Stadium. They've already begun clearing the drains, and they have promised to complete as many of those streets as possible before the Christmas holiday, and the remainders as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, with those few words, on behalf of the residents of Port Loyola, I fully support supplementary allocation number 4. Thank you.
Okay. I recognize the honorable member for Corozal.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Member, 1 second, let's just check your mic.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to highlight a few things in particular for the supplementary budget, and the main one I want to refer to is line item 32 in Cap 3, where they're going to be using $2.2 million for the repairs of Price Barracks, Madam Speaker. One of the reasons why we urgently need these resources is because the Price Barracks under the previous government was completely abandoned. A lot of the buildings, they're not usable. So much so, Madam Speaker, that during the hurricane, if the Minister of State, member for Belmopan and myself did not take to fix some ablutions on the Price Barracks, our soldiers would have been in problems because that is where, in the middle of the storm, a good amount of them had to go and seek refuge. Remember, our BDF, Madam Speaker, and our members from the Belize Coast Guard, they are the ones who were first to hit the disaster areas. They were the first on the scene to help clean and bring back Belize City and the damaged areas back to normal order. And as always, of course, they're not just the first to go in, they're usually the last to leave after everything, the all clear has been given. With that, Madam Speaker, I had thought that the leader of the opposition, who is always talking a lot of things, I thought at the very least he would have given the members of our BDF and Coast Guard some thank you for that. Nonetheless, on our side, I want to thank the soldiers and the sailors for their hard work. They did it without complaint. They moved immediately when the country called upon them. And one thing I really enjoy is to hear a lot of people come back and say they were really impressed at the operation of the BDF and the Coast Guard because they had the discipline and the hard work ethic to just get the job done with no complaint. So thank you very much, soldiers and sailors. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fully support this supplementary.
I recognize the member for Stank Creek West.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon. I rise to support the
I think you have, member, I think you, yes. No, I was talking to member for the Cords also.
I rise to support the supplementary allocations. Number 4, in Stank Creek, we were spared from the ravages of Hurricane Lisa. Initially, the storm was heading towards Dangriga Town, and it eventually shifted away and affected our central location, Belize City, and surrounding villages. It was a disaster, and immediately after the disaster struck, we decided to go and assist in Belize City because we were spared. I must say thanks to the Almighty once again. As we see the arise for this supplementary bill, in every activity, in every business, while you anticipate and prepare a budget, then there might be some times when you have to make new application because of circumstances. And so the government of Belize now find it necessary to bring a supplementary bill to the National Assembly. It had never been done in the past. Everything was just bundled up, and over the years, so many bills remain outstanding. But this present government decided that every time there needs to come to the House, regardless of the circumstances, they bring it to the House. And I want to recognize that within that budget, there's $350,000 for the Ministry of Youth and Sports, where we got damaged with the facilities in Belize City, in particular MCC, Mexico Center, Water Stadium. That money will be spent wisely to try to bring back some of these facilities, especially in Belize City. Also, $200,000 was allocated to subsidy for the bus operators for another 2 months. It may not be enough, but we recognize the importance of transportation in this country. And when the operator asked me to request another $200,000 or more from Cabinet, I went on a bargain and were able to get an assistance of $200,000 to assist them up until December. It is not likely that it will continue. We are a very small country with a limited budget, and we realize that subsidies to give to education and other areas of our society. But over the years, over the months, myself and the bus operators have maintained a very cordial relationship. I try to meet with them as often as I can to discuss our issue. As our study is completed to upgrade transportation in this country, we had a consultant in last week, and we all come to understand and conclusion that we must improve our industry. So even the operators are fully on board, and we are hopeful that by the end of December we'll start to see some transformation of better buses in the country of Belize. As the study was winding up, we were forward with a trip to Korea, about 9 of us from the Ministry of Transportation, and we went to study their industry likewise in Korea. And I must say, it is one of the best in the world, with a country of 55 million people. If we can adopt half of what is done in Korea, we can see an improved transportation system in this country. And on our return, we were able to sign an agreement that one Belizean could go to Korea to do a doctorate degree in transportation. So right now that is being advertised, and there will be one successful Belizean who will be able to go to Korea to do a doctorate in transportation. It will be the first for the country of Belize. Also, we were able to negotiate that from the Ministry of Sport, that one Belizean can go to Korea every year to do a master's degree in any sports-related activities. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I support this supplementary strongly.
Member, I recognize member for Albert. Member for Stank Request, could you just, yeah, we have to get used to the new mic system.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my intervention and note my observations on yet another supplemental appropriation bill. If my memory serves me right, this is the 4th supplemental in 6 months. Supplemental appropriation bills, Madam Speaker, are normally introduced for urgent and unseen expenditure. So I can concede, Madam Speaker, that the expenditure for Hurricane Lisa and certainly the allocation that has been made for the KHMH, where there is a looming health crisis, require consideration of this National Assembly. I want to put this appropriation allocation in context. At the beginning of this fiscal period, on March 31st of 2022, the Governor General, acting on the recommendations of both the House and the Senate, Madam Speaker, approved a historic and massive $1.4 billion budget. The year before, in 2021-22 fiscal year, we brought supplemental appropriation bills to the tune of $200 million. This year, with this particular appropriation bill, and I want to quote from my notes so I can have the figures right. The first general supplemental appropriation bill was for $68.7 million. The second general supplemental appropriation bill, which was only for Capital II projects, was $76.2 million. And the General Supplemental Appropriation Bill number 3 was for $28.7. Added to those amounts, Madam Speaker, is this General Supplemental Appropriation Bill for $6.5 million, which is $240 million above what was approved at the beginning of this financial year. Madam Speaker, I don't know if it is incompetence or negligence or just lack of prudent fiscal planning. Let's look at the recurrent expenditure Cap 1, in which we are allocating an additional $13 million in unforeseen and emergency funding. Of that amount, Madam Speaker, which represents, and that amount, the $13 million, is 28% more than what we allocated in the annual budget. 46% of that 13 million, Madam Speaker, is for quote-unquote operating costs, AKA increases in fuel consumption. Madam Speaker, I don't know about you. I certainly know that I don't have a piggy bank that I can tap into to pay for the additional costs of fuel. Yet this administration comes back to the taxpayers to ask them to pay an additional 46% in fuel costs. And why I have to assume, Madam Speaker, that there's some lack of prudent fiscal planning is that the fuel costs were astronomically high since April of this year, when the new fiscal year commenced. It's nothing new. We knew what the cost of fuel was going to be. And so there seems to be a really gross miscalculation in terms of forecasting for our operating expenses. These include, of course, material and supplies, personal emoluments, travel and subsistence. These are things, Madam Speaker, based on the projections of the previous fiscal period, based on the experience from the fiscal period, having full knowledge of what the costs of operating our ministries to be, that we should never have to come back to this house for an additional $13 million in recurring expenditure. Madam Speaker, we keep having a one-sided conversation. We talk about expenditure, but what is missing in this dialogue is the issue of revenue. In my household, Madam Speaker, and I am sure in yours, we can't spend what we don't have. And so I would like to hear how we're doing on the revenue generation side of things. You know, in the Prime Minister's budget presentation to this Honorable House, he spoke about the need to institute the tax recovery unit that has been working feverishly to collect the $334 million in outstanding land tax receipts from 300 land accounts, was his reporting. How much of that amount, Madam Speaker, has been placed in the Consolidated Revenue Fund? And then he also spoke in his budget presentation, Madam Speaker, about the $645 million in uncollected GST, business tax, pay tax. It would be helpful, Madam Speaker, when we come to this house to saddle the taxpayers with another $6.5 million in expenditure, that we have an understanding of how much of that amount has now been collected. And then, Madam Speaker, there are primary revenue centers for the government. For example, customs and excise. How are we doing in terms of what was projected as revenue to be collected from these revenue centers for government, and how much we have actually collected? You see, Madam Speaker, I think that would make the conversation more balanced and help us to be in a better position to support additional expenditure on the backs of the taxpayer. Madam Speaker, this general supplementary appropriation bill must take into consideration where the Belizean people find ourselves. Many households, Madam Speaker, are pushing to the margins of poverty. You know, for the first time in all my time serving as a member of this National Assembly, did I have families coming asking for assistance before the national disaster. We always get that request after the national disaster. But this time, the timing of the hurricane at the end of the month, families found it very hard. There was no flex in their budget to be able to meet some of their basic human needs prior to the hurricane making landfall in Belize City. I think, Madam Speaker, greater attention and greater resources must be considered for the social protection programs that are necessary for the many vulnerable families living on the margins. Madam Speaker, in 2018, the census report suggested we had a 52% poverty rate. And at the Prime Minister's own admission, Madam Speaker, in one of his interviews with the local press, he admitted that we might be pushing at 60% in terms of poverty. And so it would have been far easier for me, Madam Speaker, for me to lend my support to the budget, to the supplemental budget, if there were greater resources allocated to mitigating the widening gap of those who have and those who don't. Those families, Madam Speaker, that continue to be pushed to the margins. Madam Speaker, in terms of the CAP 2 budgeted items, there is $42 million that we are now asking the Belizean people to provide for projects. That, Madam Speaker, is, if my math is correct, is a 112% increase over what was budgeted at the beginning of this fiscal year. 112. Which leads me to the conclusion that we have thrown away this concept of program budgeting, which has been utilized in the past, where we look at the priorities of the people, we look at the priorities of the government, and we budget accordingly. But I will have to agree with the member from MESUP, the leader of the opposition, when one has to surmise whether or not the budget at the beginning of this fiscal year was prepared to pander to the indicators of the IMF. Budget surplus, for example, Madam Speaker. These things really need to be answered by those whose responsibility it is to put forward a budget that can stand the test of the priorities of the government and also the priorities of the people. There is an additional $300,000 for foreign travel, Madam Speaker, when I heard the Prime Minister says that we have to curtail on foreign travel. An additional $500,000 for rent expense and $1.5 million for new vehicles. Yet, even in all the $22 million that has been set aside to address the emergencies from Hurricane Lisa, do I see any allocation for the courthouse? Nothing there. If you listen to Nemo, 140 families were lost their homes. They were category 4. And if you listen to the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing Development, 250 families lost their homes completely. Major repairs required. If you listen to NEMO, 1,300 families were able to, 1,300 had some sort of damage. If you listen to the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, we're close to 2,500 of those families. I can recall in August of this year, Madam Speaker, when we had 2 days of rain, 2 days, and we had to allocate $12 million for infrastructure due to the damage of the torrential rains. So I hope, Madam Speaker, there's going to be some greater consideration for the 250 families and those 1,500 families, because I'm very doubtful, Madam Speaker, that what is allocated here will be able to fully satisfy the emergency needs of Hurricane Lisa. I am definitely thankful to the Prime Minister's office and to the Office of the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing for the very quick response after Hurricane Lisa. I can report that 25 families in the Albert Division have received hurricane assistance, housing materials for self-help repairs. I have another 50 applications sitting on my desk, and the representative from the ministry who is assigned to Belize City says that she will alert me when the monies become available so they can go and assess for themselves the damage that has been done to those families. Some of them, Madam Speaker, still without roofs. And while I know a Herculean effort has been made to help some families, there are families who are getting roofing straps, Madam Speaker, but still don't have a roof. And so I think that there has to be a greater coordination, if I may, Prime Minister, and the member for Cayo South has left the room, but a greater coordination has to be done between what was assessed, what is required, and how materials are being distributing to those families who were most affected. I see no allocation in this budget for the unfreezing of increments to our public officers. But yet we hear from members, my colleagues on the other side, of what an amazing job our public officers continue to do in a time of crisis. I certainly had the support of the Belize Defense Force and the Coast Guard and the police department as we worked to address the most urgent needs of the people after Hurricane Lisa. Things are indeed very challenging for us. Challenging for the families who continue to ask for greater equity and greater access to the social protection programs that are in place. So, Madam Speaker, while I do appreciate that a greater effort is being made to address the dire situation at KHMH, we're losing lives, and young children are losing limbs. And while I can appreciate, Madam Speaker, that there was an initial quick response to Hurricane Lisa. I would like to ask this government administration to kindly, when the next appropriation supplemental bill will be brought to this House, because I suspect there'll be one prior to the end of this fiscal year, if the trend persists, that there will be more emphasis placed on providing the social protection that is required for families living on the margin. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Toledo West. Member for Albert, may I just ask you to, with the new mic system, right?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my full support to Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 4 that is before us. And I want to start off, Madam Speaker, by saying I want to respond to the leader of the opposition. He kept saying how hypocritical we are on this side of the House, when in fact, he was the one who was being hypocritical, because on the one side, he was saying that he does not support, supplementary budgets. And on the other side, he says, well, I understand how important it is for the Carl Hughes not to be getting that kind of support that they need. So where does he stand? You either support or you don't support. Madam Speaker, for us on this side of the government, we are very responsible. And we certainly take into account the points that were, mentioned in terms of, program, budgeting, planning, and so on. But we have to be realistic. We have no control over storms or natural disasters. And a lot of these, programs that have to be budgeted for are as a result of these storms that we have faced. We all know, Madam Speaker, that prior to Hurricane Lisa, we had Hurricane Julia. And that, in effect, caused tremendous destruction on our infrastructure, and certainly required that government responds, to the needs of our people, both in terms of infrastructure, social programs, and response to the effects on the agricultural sector. So for them to say that, it is deliberate on our part, I believe it is very disingenuous of them, Madam Speaker. But more importantly, I want to remind this nation, and I want to remind the opposition, that not only are we dealing with or contending with Hurricane Julia and Lisa, but we are still feeling the effects, the negative effects of Hurricane Dean and the UDP. That is the reality. As the Prime Minister rightfully pointed out, Madam Speaker, 15 years of neglect in the rural area is not easy to fix, compounded by the fact that this year has been an extremely wet year, extremely wet. And I want to acknowledge and thank the Prime Minister, Cabinet, and my colleagues on this side of the House for the support and the budgetary allocations that were made, particularly to the Ministry of Infrastructure, to support the rural areas. And whilst there has been tremendous effort, the job is still short from being completed, Madam Speaker. And it is not because the government and the ministry is not trying, but it is because of the very same challenges that climate change has brought about upon us as well as the rest of the world. As we speak right now, the ministry has put a lot of emphasis on the rural areas, but there is much more that has to be done. Now, you might argue, why is it that you didn't forecast those things? How can you forecast when you are going to have natural disasters and the challenges associated with those things? That is very difficult. So I think that they are being unreasonable, Madam Speaker. But we on this side are not going to be deterred by their criticism, by their pessimism. We will continue to forge ahead because this government works for the people, and that is what we are committed to doing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to respond to the member of the opposition because he referred to my ministry, the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Local Government, and Labor, in which he said that there was over $7.3 million allocated. And I just want to respond to that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, within that allocation, there are $6 million that are being allocated to support the municipalities across this country, particularly with roadworks and infrastructure as a result of the heavy rainfall and the damage that they have sustained, compounded by Hurricane Lisa and Julia, Madam Speaker. So that is the reason why that allocation had to be made. In addition to that, there is a reimbursement that was being made to the municipalities because particularly Belize City, where there was severe damage done by Hurricane Lisa, there had to be a quick response to clean up. We saw the BDF come in, we saw the Coast Guard, and I want to again echo the words of my colleague, the Honorable Member for Corozal-12th, where we want to publicly record our gratitude to our BDF, to our sailors, to our public officers, and everybody else who came out to support the cane farmers who came from the north to clean up, to support the cleaning up of Belize City. This is what nation building is about. This is what it means to come together in solidarity for our nation, Madam Speaker. So I say kudos to them and thank you to them. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, we have $677,000, $332 allocated to complete payment for a well rig that our ministry, the Ministry of Rural Transformation, is in the process of acquiring. And as I sat and I listened here, I just could not understand the hypocrisy of the UDP. They spent 15 years in government. When they came into government, they met the well rigs that the ministry had there, Madam Speaker. Those well rigs are over 22 years old. I will repeat, over 22 years old. 13 years in government, they did not see it fit to buy a single piece of iron to add to those equipment. In fact, what they did was to allow it to deteriorate to the point where it has become very costly for us at the ministry to continuously maintain, because nothing is going to stop us from working for the rural areas, in particular for our water systems, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll share this with you. When we came on board, they were sometimes drilling one well, sometimes it took them 2 weeks to drill one well under their administration. We are now drilling 2-3 wells a day for farmers. We have gone across this country. We have gone across this country. We have airlifted every single water system, airlifted their pumps, superchlorinated their pumps. Where they break down, we are there 24/7 if we have to be there providing the support to these water systems. Where we have to truck in water because the system fails, we are there supporting them. That's what this ministry is doing. But we are not sitting at that, Madam Speaker. We are visionary, and we want to make sure that we can respond to the needs of our communities at an even greater pace of efficiency and effectiveness. And that is why I want to go on record this afternoon in this honorable house to thank our friends from the Republic of China, Taiwan, for their generous support, because we are now in the process of securing a new well rig that's going to cost over $2.2 million. Over $2.2 million. We have gotten $1.5 million from them as a contribution, as a donation, and the $677,000 that is allocated in this supplementary is precisely to complete the payment for that rig. That is the difference between that side and this side. We work, we deliver. Todos ganamos, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, We are not going to be deterred by them. The people of this country gave us a mandate. And what was that mandate? To govern this nation. They gave us a mandate to govern this nation. And as such, Madam Speaker, a government cannot be inflexible. A government cannot be inflexible. The government is the people. And as such, if the people has certain needs that we have to meet, then we must respond to those needs. And that is what we are doing in this supplementary budget, Madam Speaker. You know, earlier I heard my friend and colleague, the Honorable Minister of Education, the member for Freetown, speak about all the effort that is being put into the Southside schools to provide free education. But it does not stop there. We have seen under this budget tremendous support being allocated for the Rural Education Fund. And Minister, I want to thank you because Minister has ensured that he supports each and every one of us, including the opposition. Including the opposition. Because we are serious about delivering quality education to our children. And if we want to build this nation, then we must ensure that our development priorities are aligned, Madam Speaker, and as such, our education programs must be aligned to our national development goals. And that is what this government has set out to achieve. So, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this supplementary because I know that we are doing the right thing to ensure that we deliver quality services, that we improve the lives of Belizeans across this country. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Kion North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support this supplementary appropriation bill, and in particularly, Madam Speaker, the sums that are being appropriated for the Ministry of Public Utilities, Logistics, and E-Governance. Madam Speaker, these funds are going to be supporting particularly the post office. And I want to assure this House and the general public that we are working to improve the services of the post office, to make it more relevant to the Belizean public, and to make the services that they offer more efficient and expanded. Madam Speaker, every time we come to this House, I hear the opposition complain about these supplementary allocations. However, Madam Speaker, let me remind them that the budget is only a forecasting exercise. Our economy is not static. The needs of our people are not static, Madam Speaker. And as a responsive government, we have an obligation to take action, and that is what we're doing today. But unlike them, Madam Speaker, who had to be taken to the court for over $100 million in illegal or misspent sums, we are doing it the correct way. We are bringing it to the House. We are bringing it to the Belizean public, Madam Speaker. They can sit there. They have the luxury to say, we can't spend what we don't have. We on this side, we do not have that luxury. We were voted to act and to provide the services that the people of this country demand, and that is what we are doing. Madam Speaker, and I am proud to say in this House today that unlike what the leader of the opposition has said, we are taking care of the people in our rural communities. And in particular, Madam Speaker, we have now completed the 400 kilowatt microgrid that will be providing electricity to 3 villages in the south, and in particular, 400 households, Madam Speaker, who will now have electricity, and which will lead to a greater quality of life for our people in these 3 villages. And so, Madam Speaker, what you see here today is a government at work. We were voted in by the Belizean people to work for them, and that is what we're doing, and I fully support this supplementary allocation bill.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be brief. I am sure that the member from Albert, the honorable member from Albert, would know that a budget is not something that's written in stone. Even businesses, the private sector, a budget is a projection of what you expect to happen. In some instances, you overlook certain expenses that needs to be done, and just like if it happens in the private sector, it will happen in government. It is a huge bureaucracy, and we need to find ways how we can do better at that. I want to assure you, honorable member from Albert, that we are committed to program budgeting, and we're working towards that. I'm hoping that by the next budget cycle, we'll be able to implement a full budget cycle. As it is, I think we are working, we have I think a loan from the IDB that is helping us in trying to set that up, including a procurement office and all of that, to be able to manage government finances better. No government, and certainly not us, we do not take any pleasure in coming here with supplementary budgets. But we have to follow the law. The law requires that if you have other expenditures that you have not budgeted for, you need to come to the National Assembly to get approval for you to be able to spend it. Previous governments did not do that from independence. But the last government was the one that had the worst record ever in spending monies and did not come to government, to the House, or spend it and come long afterwards. This is the former Prime Minister that was taken to court, and he was found guilty of spending over $1.5 billion without the proper appropriation of this National Assembly. We cannot afford to go down that road, because if we were to do that, then we are going to be accused of gross hypocrisy and negligence. And I am certain that one of you would take great pleasure to take us to court. It's almost damn if you do, damn if you don't. So damn it, we can get it done. We need to get the work done for our people. And for that, we make no apologies. Remember, if you would have taken a closer look at what we spend just on capital to budget, when you're talking about social protection programs, we are spending almost $25 million that can be somewhere the other turned as social protection. And if you wish, after the House, I could show you. Almost $25 million in Cap 2 is going to be spent on that. Our taxes are performing well. They're performing better than projected. Would it be enough to what we're spending? Probably not, but we are performing well. You mentioned about the land taxes and that I mentioned, and also the GST that is owed, but you forgot one portion of what I said in the House back then, is that a lot of these taxes are statute barred. We can't collect them. After 7 years, a debt, if you make no effort to try to collect it, is statute barred. So most of that money we are unable to collect. What we have to make sure that going forward, that it does not happen, that we constantly send them their statements and find ways how we can keep those debts to the government alive. On the issue you mentioned about this foreign traveling, yes, it is a concern. And I have already made a point in Cabinet that we are curtailing all traveling from most everybody, except if they could get their funding for them to travel. But even that is getting out of control. That I am to mention in Cabinet tomorrow is that even those that still get their funding, there's still an opportunity cost to the government when they're traveling all the time. And so I will be telling them, no, you are only going to travel if it is absolutely necessary. You don't need to go to every meeting that you are invited to, even if it is being paid for you. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we attend these important meetings. By attending these important meetings, then we could take advantage of the opportunities that are being given out there, like accessing funding from the Green Climate Fund. Barbados just got 50 million. We are hoping to be able to get 100 million. But we have to be attending these meetings to know what is going on, for us to be able to understand. And that's for sewage, by the way. in Ambergris Key and probably Key Corker. But if we don't attend those meetings, we will not know what's going to happen. So we could say we are sitting down here and say, oh, we save money on traveling, but when you look at what we're losing in return, it's a tremendous cost to the people of this country. So we have to find that balance. We need to find that balance, and your criticism is taken. And that is what, as I said, from earlier this year, a few months ago, I made the decision that we are not going to pay for any traveling unless if they are self-funded. And now we're going one step further to say to our CEOs and heads of department, you are not going to go to every meeting that you invited unless if you can justify why it is important for you to go to those meetings. Again, leader of the opposition, we come and bring this supplementary allocation, these budgets, because we have to follow the law. I mean, I'm sure most governments would rather just spend the money and eventually you bring it to the House of years afterwards. But that is not the law. The law requires us to come here. The issue of inflation is real. Many of the ministries with their fuel stuck to the same allocation that they were given the year before. But because the cost of fuel gone up, many of them are short. And in some instances, they did not have enough fuel to be able to be out there doing the work. The police department is a perfect example. If the police is not out there on the streets, we do nothing. We just pay people to stay in the office. The BDF, that now we have them actively all over the country, not only the border, but helping us in fighting crime. And for the hurricane, I want to record our government's gratitude to the BDF. Because of the BDF being out there with the police, there was no cases of people out there trying to break into businesses. There was one case, I think, in Port Loyola. There was an attempt, and we quickly stopped it. You never hear people go out there like crazy, they broke up into stores like in other countries. It is because the Minister for the Police and the Minister of Defense acted decisively with us when we asked them to make sure that they are out there to ensure that we could keep the peace all through the hurricane. So when we were safe at home, they were out there working and making sure that everything is under control. And even after that, the BDF was out there helping to clean up, helping to deliver food and supplies to people that needed it. Again, they did that so that we can be able to maintain control because people were desperate. And if we'd have sent only our public officers, well, you know, when you go into a neighborhood, everybody will crowd them want to just grab up the things. Can't blame them because they're desperately in need of stuff. But with the BDF there along with them, they managed to keep the peace at all times. So we had to be able to make more funding available for them. The funding that now I think it's about 2.5 million, the minister is not here, that we are approving to try to fix price barracks. You should see the deplorable conditions where these soldiers are living. Many of us wouldn't want that for our children or family. So we have to spend the money. And this is money that was already set up in a program from before through a loan with Cabay. So we decided we're going to fast track it through the hurricane and use it to be able to fix that. The Supreme Court, the monies, we can't list item by item where every single dollar is going to spend. It's under classification. Is it under infrastructure development, Julius? The monies to fix the Supreme Court. It's under the infrastructure development. No, but it is there. We have infrastructure development, 4.8 million, of which a portion of it is to fix the Supreme Court. And then also, on top of that, on the rentals, we have to find new areas where we can rent for them. And some other offices we have to find, and so we have to spend monies that were not allocated for rental. We are trying to be prudent as best as we possibly can. So I appreciate Honorable Member from Albert to point out these things. It is necessary as a part of the debate so that we could also then explain to you. I wish your leader could learn from you, but that's another matter. The vehicles, Mr. Leader of the opposition, we still have to be replacing vehicles because you sold all of the good vehicles. You left us without vehicles. And as the amount of work of our government increases, we have to get more vehicles. We could tell the officers, we're not going to get no vehicles for you, but then they are sitting in the office. They're going to sit down in the office. I inviting you to go to the vehicles care unit, and they could show all the work that they have done, how they've reorganized that area, how they have picked up certain vehicles that are all over the place, fixed them so they could put it back into the government fleet, and to have a tighter control. Are there abuses? Of course there are still abuses. And we need to find more better ways in how we could do that. Maybe we could start to think about putting tracking devices in each of these vehicles so we know where they're traveling. No vehicle going to see it. No, not even during a hurricane. So, lady, gentlemen, we can, and I appreciate to have a healthy debate. That's what we come to do here. We don't come to fight. We don't come to hurl insults to one another. We come here to be able to discuss the issues as adults as to what we are expected to do. So I commend the member from Albert in making some of these points, and they're valid points. As to the IMF was here in the last week of October and early November. And I went to the last meeting when they were wrapping up on a Friday at the central bank. And they gave this government a glowing report. If you wish, I could send you a copy of it. Belize has gotten a report, a glowing report that this country have not seen in more than 30 years. 30 years. The governor of the central bank was telling us he has been in these meetings for 19 years since he's been working at central bank, he said, and he has never seen that the IMF would give us such kind of report. I'm sorry? I think I did, but yeah, probably we do. So I will send it to you all for you all to take a look at. And I told them, I waited for the opportunity to tell them, I said, you never thought that we would do what we intended to do back in when you came to visit us the first time. And they agreed, yes, we did not think you would have the political fortitude to do what you did. And that's what we have done. Are we out of the woods yet? No, we're not. Things could still go away at any moment. Hurricane Lisa is a perfect example that we could do everything that we can correctly, make all the right investments, and it just takes one hurricane to blow it all away. If Hurricane Lisa should have hit down south, bananas would have lost bananas and would have lost citrus. Two industries that are struggling, and that this government is working with them to try to rescue those two industries. In a way, you could say, we kind of lucky down south that it did not affect those industries. This is how lucky we are. That this hurricane, even when it come up north, you could have hit San Pedro and Kikaka, two of the premier destinations in tourism. And it missed it. And it hit Belize City, unfortunately. And make it worse that it hurt the most vulnerable of our population, the poor people. And my heart goes out for them. I walk out to them. When was the last time the previous Prime Minister been walking at the mud with the young people and try to visit them and try to do something to help them and to hear their cries? I was out there, even though, I'm not talking about you, please, I'm not talking about you. Even though, some people in Belize City want to accuse me that I don't care because I'm from country, either from bush, either from Marinjoa. I walked in there with these people and saw their needs. And that is why we decided we have to try to get funding to you all as quickly as we possibly can. Because people can't wait, and people are desperate. And we have continued to work to try to do as best as we possibly can. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody that has participated in this debate, and I appreciate constructive criticisms. We are not perfect. We are far from perfect. But there's one thing we cannot be accused is that we are not trying to do our best to serve the people of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question. Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023 be read a first and second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize,
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to extend the prescribed age of a person to hold office as Auditor General or to work as Auditor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, or Madam Sir, I'm sorry. You move too fast for me, Mr. Speaker. This is a straightforward amendment that we have. Under the law, the Auditor General cannot be over the age of 60. Presently, we are in the process of, we've been giving an extension to, well, the previous Auditor General retired, and we've been trying to see how we can work on how we can develop the people within the department to be able to hold over as the Auditor General. But we have not succeeded as that as yet, and that is why we felt it was important to offer another contract to the previous Auditor General. So basically what we're doing, it says right here that the Auditor General shall vacate office upon the age of 60 or any other age of the National Assembly prescribed. So what we're doing, we are amending that to be able to move that under Section 109 under the Belize Constitution, that they may be able to hold office until that person attains the age of 65. But at the same time, we are making sure that the Auditor General can get its pension at the age of 60. You don't have to wait till it's 65. So basically, Mr. Speaker, this is simply what we're attempting to do with this bill.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to extend the prescribed age of a person to hold office as Auditor General or to act as Auditor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith. We really need to get this done to be able to regularize the position of the Auditor General. So I beg for indulgence with this one.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen a regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, we're just tabling this right now. On the second reading, I will come and give a more detailed explanation as to what is it that we're trying to attempt to do here. But simply is we're just trying to find a ways how we can modernize the Financial Services Commission Act. And since you know we've been consolidating both registries, that's some of the things that we want to do. But I think I better at the next House meeting I'll give a more detailed explanation. And I could, if you wish, I could get you some more information before. Even the leader, if she should wish.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 22 of the Substantive Laws of the Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Credit Reporting Bill of 2022. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for a fair and accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. This is a straightforward bill, Madam Speaker and colleagues. In effect, we're trying to set up a credit bureau. As you know, the people that have access or the ones that have assets are the ones that have easier access to credit. And in many instances, especially or poorer folks, because they do not have big bank accounts, they do not have these big bank accounts, whenever they get credit, they charge them a lot of interest because there's no reporting system where a business can log in and say, okay, John Bresenio, the good creditor, or Tracy, or any one of us. This would allow a reporting system that banks and businesses can report to a credit bureau, and so that if you go to courts and you want to take out a bid on credit, a poor person from outside, they would be able to check the credit bureau and see that this person has a clean credit history. And if you have good credit, then they would give them lower interest rates. So in effect, we're trying to make credit available, especially to the ones that are most in need of credit. It is something whose time has come, Madam Speaker, and we will be able to debate it some more during the second reading. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for a fair and an accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a very exciting bill that we're introducing, the Fiscal Incentives Bill of 2022. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentives Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory functions, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives, and to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, a very important thing, as you know, our government has been promoting heavily the MSMEs, and we presented to Cabinet on the Cabinet paper number 104 of 2002, which is called the National Micro, Small, and Medium-Sized Enterprise Policy and Strategy 2022-2025, which was accepted by Cabinet. The strategy includes several incentives to support MSMEs with import duty exemption, to offer their exempt for their capital investment, to incentivize their formation. Many of them act in the gray area. They're not really recorded government, and so they're just operating there on the side. It's not counted as part of what the government, the country is producing. There's going to be a one-off exemption and to earmark government procurement for MSMEs. Just quickly, some of the things that we want to provide, Madam Speaker. First of all, under the MSME, the definition is for microenterprise is for a company or businesses that consist of less than 5 employees working on a full-time basis or an annual sales of less than $100,000. A small enterprise would be a company or businesses consist of 5 or more, but no more than 20 employees working full-time, or annual sales of $100,000, but no less, of $100,000 or more, but not less than $500,000. Again, we have to change the definitions, because if we take the international definitions, most of our businesses in Belize would be defined as probably as a small enterprise, or many more as micro enterprises. And a medium enterprise would be a company or business consists of 21 or more, but not more than 50 employees working on a full-time basis, or an annual sales of $500,000 or more, but not more than $4,500,000. This is important because of what incentives we want to offer for them. So one of the things that we want to provide, Madam Speaker and colleagues, is that we want to allow the MSMEs to apply for import duty, revenue replacement duty, and excise duty exemptions for an import value of no more than $1 million for a period of 4 years. So they have 4 years from which they could apply for these exemptions, up to $1 million, and it may be extended to 4 more years, depending on the, we're going to be on a case-by-case basis. The submission of audited statements. One of the criticisms that were given when it comes to Beltrade, that you must have audited statements. And most small businesses don't even have an accountant, much less have an audited statement. So the submission of audited financials will only apply to large companies and not to MSMEs, the definitions that I just gave. So for companies, the audited statements, this is for companies that request import duty exemptions with imports of less than $1 million. So you will not be required to have an audited statement to be able to get it. Some of the things that we want to give is also is that the MSMEs can apply for, can receive an incentive that will be given access to government procurement prioritization of 20% of goods and services consumed by government. So we want to ensure that 20% of the business that governments give out will go to small businesses, to these MSMEs. But obviously, for you to be able to apply for these kind of businesses, you have to be registered with the Belize Tax Service, so that we could make sure that you are within the bracket of the definition that we have said for the different businesses. Foreign companies will not be allowed to apply for the MSME incentives. You could only apply for the regular fiscal incentives for the larger ones. So one of the complaints that we get in many instances, that we have foreigners that come to retire in Belize, and then you see they open up a Lee Jive shop, or they open up we want to ensure that these incentives will not be made available for them. If they are making a big investment, they can still apply for the incentives, but you would not be able to get it under the MSME program that we are providing. Another thing that we're doing, Madam Speaker, is that when the law is passed and introduced, any business or company, as defined of the MSME, can apply for a one-off incentive under the Act, which is an exemption from the custom duty, as we mentioned, on goods for a capital investment with an import value of a maximum of $1 million. I've already mentioned that. We are also offering a formalization incentive for the MSMEs that are already existing and operating prior to January 1st, 2022, but not registered with the Belize Companies and Corporate Affairs Registry and the Belize Tax Service for Business Tax and GST. In effect, we are still telling them, all right, come and register, and we don't come and come after you because you may owe taxes before. We are trying to encourage all these businesses to be a part of the formal economy by offering these incentives to these small businesses. So such registered MSMEs shall be further eligible, again, for exemption up to a period of 1 year for the payment of business tax or GST on local purchases and imported raw materials that are deemed to be intimately related to the production of goods or services provided by the MSME, and which period may be extended up to 3 years in special circumstances where the minister is satisfied upon the advice, not the minister, upon the advice of Beltrade, that it is in the public interest in doing so. This is a very exciting piece of legislation that we're introducing today, Madam Speaker. We always have the criticism that Beltrade is only caters to the big companies that can hire lawyers and can hire accountants and can pay for these for audited statements and can pay in many instances, some very high fees to be able to apply for an incentive, a fiscal incentive, a part of the program. So by making these amendments, now we're opening up to the small man. And all of us like to come here and talk about, oh, we have to have the small man. Well, this is one way where we actually making a step in the right direction, where we're making changes to allow all of these small businesses to become a part of the formal market. I'm sure probably a member from Albert, you have read the book from De Soto on I think the Mystery of Capital, where they're pointing out that in many instances, economies can grow substantially if we can find a way how to bring in the businesses that are operating in the gray area or the informal market. So we're trying to find ways how we can encourage them to be a part of the formal market, to give them incentives to operate in, and in that sense, that in the long run, as they start growing, then they'll be able to afford to pay the taxes. Beltrade is going to have a special window for them and people that can help them. And the idea is that we want to be able to, we're working also with an IDB consultant, Geronimo, I'm trying to remember what's Geronimo's last name, but he's an Argentinian that wrote a book called Simple, on how we need to make business as simple as possible for small businesses so that they could also operate in the formal sector. And the whole idea is that what they're saying is that any business person can use their phone to be able to access all of what they need from government. Opening up a company, to have a special window for them, accessing Beltrade for the services that they need, accessing the BTS to be able to pay taxes when that time comes. And so we want to make the first step is to make these services available to them. So we're changing this. And then the next step shortly, which is Geronimo is working with that with my office, with Dr. Marcelino Avila, in trying to come up with a simple process so that these small businesses can't have the same access that the big companies have. And I hope, Madam Speaker, during the debate that we can speak some more about it and that we can get the support of both sides of this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Place the Fiscal Incentive Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program to improve the regulatory functions, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Now is the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Notaries Public Amendment Bill 2022. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Notaries Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a notary public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Very quickly, Madam Speaker, this is really a cleaning up process. It's a procedural amendment. As the law currently stands, if a person wants to be a notary public, in this case a lawyer, that person then applies to the Prime Minister. That application is submitted to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister then consults and seeks the approval of the Chief Justice. Once that approval is given, then that appointment is carried out. But there are no guidelines in place currently. There are no guidelines, rules to guide that application process and set out criteria. And so that is what this amendment seeks to do. It seeks to empower the Chief Justice, who is the person who has to approve the application, to put in place rules to guide that application process and set out criteria, as is the case in other jurisdictions. So it's a very straightforward amendment, which I'm sure will garner full support from all members.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Notaries Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a notary public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the motions and bill listed below pass this day. 1. Caribbean Development Bank and Development Finance Corporation, DFC Loan Agreement, a project to support the financing of tertiary education in Belize, USD 6 million loan and guarantee motion 2022. 2. International Cooperation and Development Fund Taiwan, ICDF Taiwan, loan and grant agreement with the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, to support the sustainability of MSMEs in Belize, USD 5 million loan grant and guarantee motion 2022. And 3. Auditor General Extension of Prescribed Aged Bill 2022. As you may be aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to each committee or to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motions and the bill. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee have concluded their business.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers HR 139/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Caribbean Development Bank and Development Finance Corporation loan agreement, a project to support the financing of tertiary education in Belize of US $6 million loan and guarantee motion 2022. Number HR 140/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the International Cooperation and Development Fund Taiwan, ICDF Taiwan, loan and grant agreement with the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, to support the sustainability of MSMEs in Belize, US $5 million loan, grant and guarantee motion 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Chair of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 141/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Auditor General extension of prescribed age bill 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Caribbean Development Bank and the Development Finance Corporation, DFC loan agreement. A project to support the finance of tertiary education in Belize, US $6 million loan and guarantee motion 2022. With your permission, not to repeat the recitals of the motion, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the DFC to improve its capacity to finance tertiary education in Belize, which is key in promoting economic development. One, approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of US $6 million from the CDB on the terms and conditions substantially set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. And two, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax-free, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and agreement and guarantee agreements. And three, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the CDB on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the DFC to improve its capacity to finance tertiary education in Belize, which is key in promoting economic development. One, approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of US $6 million from the CDB on the terms and conditions substantially as set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. And two, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And three, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the CDB on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan, ICDF, Taiwan, loan and grant agreement with the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, to support the sustainability of MSMEs in Belize, US $5 million loan, grant and guarantee motion 2022. With your permission not to repeat the recitals of the motion, I move, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the DFC to improve its capacity to provide affordable financing to support the sustainability of MSMEs in Belize, with a focus on women and green financing, and to promote the economic recovery of MSMEs through access to production-oriented financing. One, approves that the DFC may borrow a said sum of US $5 million from the ICDF Taiwan on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan and grant agreement and other associated documents. Two, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and grant and guarantee agreements. And three, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the ICDF Taiwan on terms and conditions substantially set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the DFC to improve its capacity to provide affordable financing to support the sustainability of MSMEs in Belize with a focus on women and green financing, and to promote the economic recovery of MSMEs through access to production-oriented financing. One, approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of US $5 million from the ICDF Taiwan on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan and grant agreement and other associated documents. And two, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and grant and guarantee agreements. And three, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the ICDF Taiwan on terms and conditions substantially as set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2022. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the Customs and Excise Tariff and Trade Classification based on the 2022 version of the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System, to implement the 9th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 9th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the first phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. As I explained the last time, Madam Speaker, this is something straightforward. It is something that has been agreed from the previous government that we'll be making these changes because of the partnership, the economic partnership agreements that we have with the EU. And now that the EU has left, the UK has left the EU, then we have to have one with the United Kingdom. And now we're doing the same thing with Taiwan, since we have also signed such agreement with Taiwan. I urge the support of all members of this House. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, Prime Minister, has been a work in progress between two administrations. I would like to ask the Prime Minister that as we continue to reduce duties on commodities as a result of these three trade agreements, if you will, with CARIFORUM EU, CARIFORUM UK, and also with the Economic Partnership Agreement with Taiwan, that there is greater vigilance by the Bureau of Standards. Because once commodities are increased in the supermarkets, it's very hard to see any decreases. Prime Minister, there's an artificial inflation going on. Every time I go to the supermarket, the cost of goods have increased, and primarily due to very subjective and in some instances, price gouging by merchants. And so I hope the Bureau of Standards and the consumer protection agencies will pay a closer attention to the commodities that have reduction in duties coming into Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is a recurrent theme with the issue of, in many instances, we believe that there are cases where scrupulous business people would, and I like the term that you just used, a member from Alberta, artificial inflation, whereby some companies would exaggerate the price increases. And we have been working with the Bureau of Standards to ensure that we try to keep these costs to a minimum. But I don't think we've succeeded as to the point where we'd want to. So I guess I will have to speak with the minister who's responsible, who's on whose portfolio that's in. It is Minister Mai, to try to see how best we could do the policing. I know we were talking about a self-policing mechanism where we could have citizens take a picture of the price and WhatsApp it to the Bureau of Standards, and then they in turn can go and investigate to try to see how best we could either control if it is a control item, or if not, where we can shame businesses that are taking advantage of their customers and our citizens. So I take note, and I'll make sure I'll pass it on to Minister Mai. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the Customs and Excise Tariff and Trade Classification based on the 2022 version of the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System, to implement the 9th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 9th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 1st phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize-Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duty Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the Custom and Excise Tariff and Trade Classification based on the 2022 version of Harmonized Commodities Description and Coding System, to implement the 9th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, and to implement the 9th phase of the reduction of duty in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement to implement the first phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize-Taiwan Economic Partnership Agreement.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Auditor General extension of Prescribed Age Bill 2022. As I mentioned earlier, it's straightforward, removing the retirement age from 60 to 65, but at the same time, still allowing the Auditor General to, if she or he is over 60, can still have access to their pension. So, Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to extend the prescribed age of a person to hold office as Auditor General or to work as Auditor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
There's no debate. So you move.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that bill for an act to extend the prescribed age of a person to hold office as Auditor General or to act as Auditor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to extend the prescribed age for a person to hold the office as Auditor General or to act as Auditor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this is the Marriage Amendment Bill 2022. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the late filing of marriages, to empower the registrar to make regulations for the late filing of marriages, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill... Yeah.
I move the second reading of that bill.
Thank you, member. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the late filing of marriages, to empower the registrar to make regulations for the late filing of marriages, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the late filing of marriages, to empower the registrar to make regulations for the late filing of marriages, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the third reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023 be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2023.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the Customs and Excise Tariff and Trade Classification based on the 2022 version of the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System, to implement the 9th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 9th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 1st phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize-Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duty Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the Customs and Excise Tariff and Trade Classification based on the 2022 versions of the Harmonized Commodities Description and Coding System, to implement the 9th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 9th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, and to implement the 1st phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize-Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Auditor General extension of prescribed age Bill 2022 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to extend the prescribed age of a person to hold office as Auditor General or to act as Auditor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to extend the prescribed age of a person to hold the office of Auditor General or to act as Auditor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Marriage Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the late filing of marriages, to empower the registrar to make regulations for the late filing of marriages, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the late filing of marriages, to empower the registrar to make regulations for the late filing of marriages, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Adjournment. Clerk, you announce the adjournment? Okay. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, before I move for the adjournment, I ask for your indulgence to take this opportunity to wish yourself and your family and all the members of this honorable House, the beautiful people of Orange Walk Central, of course, to all Belizeans. I want to wish everybody a blessed and a wonderful Christmas. I know Christmas will get tied up with the material things, but whilst that is an important part of Christmas, the parties and the food and the gifts, let us not forget the true meaning of Christmas. It is a time when our Creator, our Lord, sent us His only Son to be able to save each and every one of us. So we should also be thankful for that. And to take the opportunity, 2022 has had its challenges, of course, Hurricane Lisa, but generally it has been a good year. And we need to be thankful for that we have managed to proceed so well under such difficult conditions as to where we are. Is there more work can be done? Of course there is. Can we do better? Of course we can. But as I always continue to assure you that this government works every single day to make sure that we can improve the lives of our Belizeans. So I take the opportunity to wish everybody a wonderful 2023, a prosperous, a healthy, and a happy New Year. May God bless each and every one of us, Madam Speaker, and to all Belizeans likewise. So, Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to the Prime Minister for those warm wishes. I join in wishing all Belizeans, including you, Madam Speaker, especially the people in Mesopotamia, all of the other 30 constituencies that I lead in the United Democratic Party, all of my colleagues, a happy holidays and a prosperous 2023. Certainly 2022 has been quite difficult, and we pray that it will get better. The opposition will do its part to hold the government to that benchmark of improvement in as a pleasant way as possible, while asking the tough questions and challenging for improvement. I would also like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for the assistance, for using the taxpayers' dollars to ensure that they got the assistance that they needed in the Hurricane Lisa relief efforts. Thank him also for the Constituency Development Fund. And I know that this 70 million has some holiday cheer in there. Yes, so I thank you. You say that I never give you any credit and I quarrel with you and I embarrass myself, but I'm singing your praises right now. See, can only be when I say good thing, you like me. And Madam Speaker, my issue of national importance is something that I think the Prime Minister will agree on. It is the increments for the public servants. The member from Corozal Southeast made mention of the fact that I did not thank the BDF, so I take this opportunity to give my profuse gratitude to the BDF soldiers, the Coast Guard, and all the public servants for their steadfast stewardship of this nation in conjunction with the government. I had the occasion of seeing them at work in Orange Walk Town, the Prime Minister's backyard, along with his mayor, His Worship Shepherd, and they were working along with the Town Council doing their job. So I am very grateful to them for their continued efforts from COVID to Hurricane Lisa. And so with that said, I pray that the Prime Minister, you didn't find it in this supplementary, but when we come to the next budget, if you don't bring another supplementary before the next budget reading of 2023, that you will give the public officers their increments. When you sent the member from Lake Eye and the member from Freetown and the contingency to negotiate with the public officers, it was something that you promised you would look at. You said that the taxes are performing, the revenues are being generated, so I ask that you prioritize the increments of the public officers. Again, Madam Speaker, I wish you a happy holiday, a pleasant, prosperous New Year, and the same to all Belizeans. God bless you. God bless Belize.
I recognize the 1 second, Member for Albert, the response. Can you?
In words, as to the issue of the increment of the public officers, we were scheduled to have met with them the week before, 2 weeks ago, but then I got sick, I got with the flu, so I was not able to meet with them. We plan to meet. I was just talking to the DPM and to the Minister of Education, Minister Fonseca, about trying to see if we could meet them very early next week to be able to talk about them. And yes, increment is one of the agenda items that we want to discuss with the public officers. So thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I end this year on a more sobering thought. Madam Speaker, in 2021, I participated in a bicameral, bipartisan committee that looked at putting in place a code of conduct for members of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the committee concluded its deliberations and recommendations in November of 2021, and we haven't been able to advance the implementation of the Code of Conduct. I raise this issue, Madam Speaker, because I have to agree with the Honorable Prime Minister. And if I can quote you.
Member, I'm sorry, can I just ask you to state
the need to implement a code of conduct for the National Assembly. I will use some examples, if you would allow me, Madam Speaker, to illustrate the absolute need for that to be done. Prime Minister, in your presentation, in wrapping up the budget debate today, you said, and I quote, "We don't come here to hurl insults at each other. We come to this National Assembly to debate issues and to ensure that we can hold each other accountable." I agree with you, sir. And therefore, I have a major concern when we are not able to hold each other accountable. I make reference, Honorable Speaker, to the meeting of this National Assembly on June 3rd. And at that meeting, Madam Speaker, I made reference to a particular instrument used by the Chiclayo, a machete that is sharpened on both sides. In my presentation, I reference the local nomenclature for that particular instrument of the Chiclayo. The Prime Minister was quick to point out that I owe this National Assembly an apology, because the local nomenclature may have been offensive to you, Prime Minister, and members of this National Assembly, and also to the members of the general public. And so on the adjournment at that meeting, I offered my profuse and sincere apologies for any offense that I may have caused this National Assembly. I feel very strongly about this issue, Prime Minister, because we come here in this National Assembly to advocate for all sorts of things: gender equity, gender-based violence, that we will, as a National Assembly, have a zero tolerance on those issues. At that same meeting of Friday, June 3rd, the member from Orange Walk South used language to me that I found to be vulgar, offensive, misogynistic, not only to me, but to women and girls in this country. I was told that, and the presiding officer shared with me that she had not heard the comment, and that I was free to share with her the clip from the recording where that comment was made. I filed a verbal complaint on the day of that meeting. I shared the clip as I was requested to do. I also sent a formal complaint regarding the comments of the member from Orange Walk South, and requesting in my letter of complaint that since those comments were made to me publicly, that I was asking for a public apology here in this National Assembly. I have since been advised, 5 months after the incident, that the member did not accede to my request. And if I wish to take the matter any further, that I would subject myself to a meeting of my peers in a particular House committee. It's easy to leave it alone. It seems to me quite a bit of hassle to get an apology by having to go to a House committee meeting. Whether or not I meant to be offensive to you, Prime Minister, I was, because you called me on it. And it was certainly not my intention to be offensive. But I knew enough that the decorum of this National Assembly, the language we use, and how we treat each other is important, because our children are watching, and our children are learning from what we teach them. I don't know for certain if the member from Orange Walk South intended to be offensive, but he certainly was offensive. And in my humble view, Madam Speaker, he was offensive to all women and girls. And he was certainly offensive to me. I say this on the heels of the very glowing report offered from the member of Belize Rural Central in her presentation to the House this morning of the good things we are doing for people with disability, the good things that we are doing to eradicate HIV and AIDS from our society, the good things that we are doing to support women and girls and to ensure greater equity and to avoid gender-based violence. I would like to put it to my colleagues, Madam Speaker, that is where gender-based violence begins. It begins with insulting words. It begins with bullish behavior. And then it leads to a slap down. It leads to a punch down. It leads for many women to a loss of life when we leave that sort of behavior unchecked. We don't have anything enshrined at the moment, Madam Speaker, to deal with this kind of unparliamentary language and unparliamentary behavior in this National Assembly. And so, as we close off this calendar year, I ask you, Honorable Prime Minister, and members of Parliament on both sides of this Honorable House, for us to move post-haste in implementing a code of conduct so we know what we can hold ourselves accountable to. I didn't hear that, Prime Minister. Would you? Would you?
No, just aside.
Okay. So that we can, and there we go, pointing my point, that we can hold ourselves accountable and that we can hold each other accountable. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for indulging me, and I take this opportunity. It has been a very hard year for me, personally and professionally. And so I take this opportunity to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas. May we be sober in our reflection on how we have conducted ourselves in this honorable house in this past year, with the view of us doing better. Because when you know better, you're expected to do better. I wish the people of Albert, the people who have given me the privilege of being their voice, I wish all the women and girls of Belize a very happy Christmas, a Merry Christmas, and a prosperous and a blessed New Year. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to say that I accept your apology, and I don't think you meant it as a racist comment, Madam, a member from Albert, but it's just sometimes we get carried away in the debate. And I think likewise, I think the honorable member from Orange Walk South is not here to be able to speak, to reach out to you. But he did tell me, he did apologize to you privately, that he did not mean in any way to be insulting. Sometimes we need to look at the glass as half full as opposed to half empty. Because if the honorable member from Albert wants to be fair, if you remember the last 13 years how we were abused when we were on the other side. And I don't remember at any time you getting up and calling out your members of your government. One minister in particular was very, very disrespectful to the honorable member from Belize Rural Central when he was referring to the private part of a man, if you can recall what that issue was. So when you compare the behavior of that house to where we are, we have moved so much better. The behavior has improved considerably from the behavior of the last 13 years. I'm in no way suggesting that we can't improve, that we need to improve, and probably this would be an opportune time to be able to take a look at the code of conduct, the draft code of conduct, and that it could be something that we can look at and debate in the House, and then to enact a code of conduct in the House. It just means then that a code of conduct that will be applied to both sides of the House. There's always opportunity for improvement, and I accept that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, before I put the question for vote, allow me to also extend season's greetings to all members of the National Assembly and to the staff of the National Assembly who really go beyond the call of duty and on some very long hours, very limited resources, but they do manage. Yes, sometimes there are some errors in your papers, and we do apologize for that. But the staff has gone, I think, above and beyond the call of duty collectively in trying to ensure that your packages are as accurate as they should be, and that these meetings flow in the manner that they should with their parliamentary guidance. I also want to take the opportunity, as it is likely we will not be meeting again before the year is out, and just to remind you, as per standing orders, that we officially enter recess period, and that goes for 6 weeks from December 17th. It really should end January 27th. Of course, if there needs to be a meeting prior, that will be accommodated. The purpose of the recess periods, there are 3 in the year, and the purpose is for that limited staff to bring Hansards up to date and to carry out a lot of the administrative work related to a lot of the decisions that have been made in both chambers. And so they do need the time to do that. And one such work, coincidentally, is the joint working group on that code of conduct, for which there has to be more work through the help of legal guidance because of one of the recommendations, and that was given to us. So we do have the staff, along with myself, in this case, along with the joint working group, also have to use that recess period as well to do that. I take the opportunity as well, members, to remind you of the official funeral of former colleague, Honorable Sylvia Flores, which will be occurring on Friday, December the 16th. Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.
A belated birthday to the Sergeant at Arms.
Oh, what? Birthday or belated?